Welcome to our regular council meeting for this Tuesday, April the 19th. Oh, okay. We'll just wait a minute. Can you hear us, Stephanie? Councillor Jaworski, can you hear us? She can't hear us. I guess Lyle's not feeling well either. I don't know. Kimberly, is Lyle is sick, is he? Can you hear me? No. Okay, sorry folks, we'll just wait until we have Councillor Jaworski.
I hear you loud and clear, Gordon Williams.
So, yeah,
I hope you can hear me.
She was? Can you hear me? Councillor Jaworski? Can you hear me? No. Second time's a charm. I will call this meeting to order. People have been dropping like flies. We have Councillor Jaworski online with us, who is suffering. Councillor Landry is also suffering, as is Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Warden. So we're down a few, but we do have quorum. So welcome everyone this morning. Madam Clerk, if you can open the meeting by resolution.
It's moved by Councillor Wirt, seconded by Councillor MacDonald, that the meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry be hereby called to order.
All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. And the adoption of the agenda.
It's moved by Councillor Byveld, seconded by Councillor Wirt, that Council approve the agenda.
Are there any additions or deletions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. The adoption of the minutes, Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor McGillis, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that the minutes of the meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry, held March 21st, 2022, be adopted as circulated.
Thank you. Are there any errors or omissions in the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. So we're on to number 5, delegations. So this morning we have the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan is being presented to County Council. We have Caroline Hébert, the Executive Director of the Social Development Council of Cornwall and Area. Welcome, Caroline. And joining her is Juliette Labossière from the United Way. Welcome, ladies. Does somebody have a pile? Does somebody have a pile of books? Can you turn your mic on, please?
How about now? Excellent. Good morning, Madam Warden and members of County Council. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Caroline Hébert, and I'm the Executive Director of the Social Development Council for Cornwall and Area.
And my name is Juliette Labossière, and I am the Executive Director for the United Way SDG. And together we are a small part of Vibrant Communities, our Safety and Wellbeing Plan.
So as a quick reminder, on January 1st, 2019, the Government of Ontario mandated single and upper-tier municipalities to prepare and adopt a community safety and wellbeing plan. As part of these legislative changes, municipalities were required to work with community partners as they undertake the planning process.
And the goal of these plans was to achieve the ideal state of a sustainable community where everyone is safe, has a sense of belonging, access to services, and where individuals and families are able to meet their needs for education, healthcare, food, housing, income, and social and cultural expression.
As this was being communicated to municipalities across Ontario, the Social Development Council of Cornwall and Area was already into their first year of Vibrant Community Roundtable project. This was a collective impact initiative which engaged over 100 community members and leaders across SDG, Cornwall, and Akwesasne.
The objective was to assess the greatest risks and find the largest community needs. The goal was then to take action collectively and address those largest societal issues with a strong focus on prevention, while at its core, addressing poverty reduction.
In 2019, I came to you to suggest we merge our endeavors as they had the same goal, and we would be stronger together both as a region and as a community initiative. With your green light, we officially merged and began working on our plan.
In most municipalities across Ontario, consultants were hired to do this work. In some cases, municipal staff were charged with the task. Our plan is unique as it has been developed and created by the community, for the community, at no cost to the municipalities, and led by a nonprofit whose mandate is community and social development.
We launched ourselves into public engagement. Over the summer of 2019, we held focus groups with hundreds of community partners and spoke to well over 1,100 residents, one-on-one at farmers markets, parks, food banks, bingos, you name it, from across the region about issues that mattered to them.
All of this was pulled together in version 1 of our plan, which included the community needs and ideas to address those needs. This was presented to you and approved in December of 2019.
In early 2020, we created working groups for each of our pillars. Our pillars are our areas of focus, which were determined through public engagement. They are mental health, health services, poverty, community safety, and community well-being. These eager groups of community members were tasked with creating a feasibility study and an implementation plan.
Just as the work began, the COVID pandemic created a new priority for our agencies and many community partners we work with. The plan was put on hold, and the United Way and the Social Development Council created and led the Regional Emergency Response Council, a collaborative council that addressed the needs like food insecurity, mental health, and poverty. The pandemic only highlighted the needs in our plan, and the community came together at the end of 2020 to pick up where we left off.
Our working groups met virtually to continue the planning process. I want to remind you that these working group members are individuals who work in our region in healthcare, social services, nonprofits, and government. These are individuals who have their finger on the pulse of our community. They began by creating a feasibility matrix that prioritized our 52 strategies. Then they brainstormed solutions and actions that we would take on collectively.
While the working groups met, we created a lived experience advisory council. Thanks to generous grants, we were able to pay 12 individuals living in poverty a living wage to be our advisors on this plan. So often plans are created, systems and services are changed without ever consulting those who would impact the most. We wanted to ensure that our action plan was relevant to their needs and would make a real impact in the lives of all residents of SDG, Cornwall and Akwesasne. Their voices are the loudest in this plan.
The last task our working groups undertook was to identify key community partners for each strategy that would support the work of implementation. In the plan, you will find 200 partners who had enthusiastically agreed to be part of this action plan. These are partners either already doing the work that we can help strengthen, experts we can consult with when addressing certain solutions, or organizations perfectly positioned to work with us in filling service gaps. These 200 partners join the over 300 vibrant community members.
Today, we are here to ask for your approval for our completed action plan. And when we say our plan, we mean your plan, the community's plan. With your approval today, we can begin implementing these solutions with our partners within a couple of weeks. As I hope you noticed, your townships and the United Counties Administration have already agreed to be partners in implementation. This partnership goes two ways. We want to assist you by bringing the community's voice to your projects. We ask that you include us in consultations so we can bring a lens of equity and social needs.
There are also specific strategies we will be looking to work with you to achieve. And we don't have time to go over all 52 strategies today. I hope you had a chance to review them in your agendas. But we do want to highlight a few that you may have a special interest in. Through a number of strategies, we will be working with community partners to try and address the lack of access to services in your townships. We hope to explore things like satellite offices, transportation issues, mobile health services, home visits for complex cases, program with a focus on mental health in the farming community, advocating for better internet connection while also ensuring online services do not create barriers to those with no access to technology or low tech literacy.
Within our poverty pillar, we hope to support children of low-income families. This means a better learning environment for all to succeed and advocating for smaller class sizes. We want to add our voices to your priority to improve the rural education landscape. We would be happy to support your education working group. Keeping rural schools open means better learning environments for our youth.
Today, we ask that you move a motion that approves our plan. With this motion and with this plan posted on your website, you will have satisfied the provincial requirements. But this is really just the reason we asked that the plan be approved today rather than at your next meeting is because we are anxious to begin implementation. We already have big plans for May, and we hope we can do that with your endorsement.
We thank you again for this opportunity, and we would be happy to answer any questions. Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. They'll take some questions. Councillor Gardner, go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. No questions. Just absolutely 100% supportive of this plan. You've hit so many targets that other groups, and I love moments like this because you can almost hear the voice shouting because some of these elements have been around for a long time. People have felt ignored. I was lucky to be able to participate in one of your working groups, you know, for one meeting, and it was, I love the diversity around the table. I love the discussion. It was very free-flowing, and you know, when you say that it's their plan as far as the users and people that are directly impacted by these concerns, it's true. They built the plan. So I love when the voice gets really loud. It sounds like it's at a shout, and absolutely support this and appreciate the fact that the broadness encompasses so many items that us as community leaders in our own communities have been championing as well. So thanks for the support, but also thank you for making this a priority.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith and Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, through you, Warden. Thank you very much, girls, for a great presentation. I think this is a great program. I've been following it somewhat too for several years since I became on this council. I've seen how it worked. I've talked to people who are impacted by it, and they're very positive and pleased that the program is there for them. I think it's something that we have to get moving on. It's something we need more than ever, being now we're in a post-COVID. And there's a lot of people out there that need the help, and there's some out there that don't know about the program. So I think we need to let others know that it's there for them. I'd like to make a motion today that we allow this program to move forward and let them get moving with their work as of today.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGillis, and then Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I have to echo my colleagues here in terms of approving this plan, this process. A lot of work was involved in this, and it was a great discussion here, and presentation was perfect. And I think that always is, Carolyn, you always do a great job. And you've pretty well covered every important concern in our region in this planning process, so I really agree with a lot of things in here that need to be addressed that was overshadowed by a lot of other things in the community. So I approve this this action plan because it's the needs of the community is important, and I can't say any more than that I support this.
Are you seconding the motion, Councillor McGillis?
Yes, I will second it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jaworski, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Warden Williams. I thank you so much for this presentation. I don't have the experience with this project, as well as the rest of the members of County Council. But what I have seen is very impressive. And so not questions, but comments. I just wanted to highlight and give kudos to you on that lived experience advisory council and you know, being very deliberate and proactive about getting that input. So often programs like this don't actually talk to the people that are the folks in need of help, and those of us who are quite comfortable in our lives don't necessarily understand their challenges or how to help improve those things. So I think it was just, that's brilliant to have done it that way. And also, I really love your whole community approach to these issues. Not, you know, sort of so many things here are in isolation, and if we work together better, the things we could accomplish would be truly amazing. So thank you very much for all your hard work on this.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments? It sounds like there's an enormous amount of support here for this plan, and I know how much work went into this because I've been following it. I sat on the original Community Safety and Wellbeing back in 2019, and since then it's come a long way, so congratulations for your excellent work. Now, I know it's unusual for us to pass a resolution on a delegation that is in front of us at the moment. However, if everyone is comfortable with that, if anyone isn't comfortable, please speak if everyone's comfortable. We already have a mover and a seconder. Kimberly, do you need to read the resolution?
It's moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry adopt the Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry, Cornwall and Akwesasne Vibrant Our Safety and Wellbeing Plan, Action Plan 2022-2027, dated April 2022.
Well, that sounds good. So moved and seconded. Any other questions? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I hope we can see each other annually for a bit of a wellness report card on the plan. This is a 6-year plan. It's a lot to take on right away, so we'll be chipping away slowly. So hopefully in a year's time we can come back, give you an update, and as the priorities in our community shift, the plan may shift. It is a working document, so please, if there are things that your residents are saying, bring them to us, and we will change the plan to reflect the needs of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're on to action requests. Corporate services, Madam Clerk, please read the resolution on non-union compensation.
It's moved by Councillor Wirt, seconded by Councillor MacDonald, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the proposal from ML Consulting to complete a non-union compensation review at a price of $34,200 plus HST, and that the Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Tim, you'll speak to that?
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? Sorry, Councillor MacDonald, I can't see you, but I can see the rest of Council. As per the Warden's comments, that we're recommending that we go with ML Consulting to complete the non-union compensation review. We went through a comprehensive process in 2011 and then in 2016. So we're about 5 or 6 years into the current structure. So what we're doing, we did a request for proposals. In March, we did get, as you'll note in the report, we got 5 proposals back. Myself, the Warden, the Director of Corporate Services Clerk, and Carolyn McCullough, who's our Payroll and Benefits Coordinator, reviewed the proposals in a comprehensive manner, and what we were looking for, as you'll see in the bottom of the first page of the report and the top of the second page, is assessment of the market competitiveness of our current pay practices, ranking system and point bands, potential compression between positions. That's if there's not enough gap between similar positions, a review of our job evaluation plan and processes, job factors, recommended salary grid, financial analysis of the recommendations, and any policies and methodologies necessary to maintain up-to-date compensation reviews. So there's three elements of it. There's the pay equity, which is the provincially mandated process that requires equal pay for equal work, regardless of your gender. There is also the bands that we use to pay people, and then there's the external review, which is a review of what we pay our non-union staff compared to what similar, mostly Eastern Ontario wardens, caucus counties, some single tiers in Ontario pay. So what we've done is we've gone through the process. We scored them all, we ranked them all. We had a good meeting on Thursday where we reviewed them all and went through them. And what we're doing, we're recommending ML Consulting do the work. They've done a lot of work in the municipal sector, particularly among counties in the Wardens Caucus. So we're very comfortable that they would do a good job. As I mentioned in the financial analysis, we've budgeted $50,000 to do the work. The proposal is for $34,200 plus HST, so we're well within budget. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I will note that if we do decide to proceed today, that the final report will be coming back to County Council in early fall. So we'll be working on it over the next few months and bringing it back to Council to have a look at in the fall. Thank you, Madam Ward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gardner, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Warden. This is more of just a generalized question. I understand we're looking at pay equity and also probably retention of employees based on pay. Do these consultants look at any other variables, like compressed work week for non-union? Like, do they look at other elements? Because knowing the way that the workforce is headed and just the general jobs and careers and retaining staff, if you will, there's other elements that are also crucial to retention and equity that aren't always financially connected.
Thank you. That's a great question, Councillor Gardner. Strictly in the context of this review, the answer is no. They're strictly looking at compensation, which is, as you quite rightly point out, that's only one factor in the whole equation. We've always kind of taken, just in the context of compensation, we've always kind of taken a middle of the road approach. We've not been the lowest, we've not been the highest. We've always kind of been in the middle, which has served us well. But coincidentally, we're working on, myself and the Director of Corporate Services and the Payroll Benefits Coordinator are working on a review of our personnel policies, which include a lot of those elements that you just mentioned, flexible working hours, compressed work weeks, other enhancements that we can do as part of that total compensation package that will make us a more attractive employer. And you're quite right, the market conditions have been changing for quite some time, but certainly since the pandemic, they've changed unbelievably. So the marketplace is extremely competitive, and we want to make sure that we're as competitive, within reason, obviously. We want to make sure that we're as competitive as possible to attract and retain the employees that we need to do the work.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Councillor Ward.
Through you, Madam Warden, Tim, we've talked about this previously and other opportunities of employment, but is this an opportunity for us to compare public to private, or are we strictly staying on the public agenda?
Yeah, we have talked about it. Thank you for the question, Councillor Ward. We certainly have talked about that in the past, but this is strictly in the context of direct comparators. So in the public sector, particularly in the municipal sector. We don't generally venture out into the private sector, just because the factors that can weigh into that are the working conditions and things like that are dissimilar enough to make them, I would say, maybe skew the data somewhat. So we generally have, and we're proposing to stick to the municipal sector for the best comparators.
Go ahead, Councillor Bivels.
Thank you, Warden. I don't disagree with the principles of doing these kind of studies. The hazard I see is that it tends to raise the middle ground, and because we start comparing to hire, and then basically everything shifts, and then they use us and they shift, like the whole thing shifts. Now maybe in the end it really doesn't matter because we're in a marketplace, whether it's our public sector or private sector, that the employees have a lot to say of where they want to work, and sometimes compensation becomes the big issue in the end. So that's one of the challenges I've always had with these studies, and I know I've listened to that since I've been on council back in 2006 to others that say the same thing. The other challenge I do see with this, CEO Simpson, is that it comes back in the fall, and you know, we're going to discuss about the lame duck period later on within this council and who's going to run the show, but is there any possibility you can come back before this council possibly goes into that period? Because we don't know if we are or not as of right now, but you know, if it comes back in the fall, and that's going to be something I will say later on, it's just, it challenges this council to try to change anything. You know, how do we approve it? It has implications for the next council, and I think that's one of the challenges. We did it when we were not in that kind of period, then I think it's fair to us and it's fair to whoever comes here next year that council has approved it in the capacity that they were allowed to do so.
Go ahead, Tim.
Through you, Madam Warden. I'm looking at, is it August the lame duck starts?
It's August 19th, through you, Madam Warden.
Okay, well, to answer your question, Councillor Byvells, I can speak to, they had a work plan, a Gantt chart laid out in the proposal. I can speak to them to see if they could accelerate it somewhat, but I'm not sure whether, when this comes back, if it would be a prescribed act, even if you are in a lame duck. I'm not anticipating, just based on 2011 and 2016 and the way when we score job descriptions and the compensation tool, I think we do a very meticulous job of ensuring consistency and maintaining the principles of the plan, our current plan, and pay equity. So I'm not, all that to say, I'm not anticipating a huge, and I get your point about the volatility and, you know, higher ships and so on and so forth. But I'm not, as we saw in 2016 and 2011, I'm not anticipating any dramatic shifts amongst pay panels and or pay. There could be some, and that's something that's going to come back to council, and when the plan does come back, anything that's non-legislated or non-statutory, certainly council has the ability to decide where you want to go and what you want to do. So you know, like I said, coming back to what I said initially, I can certainly talk to them about trying to compress the timeline and getting it done. There is, as you know, there's quite a bit of work involved in this in terms of data gathering and talking to staff. Not only is a lot of work from the consultant's end, but there's a lot of work from staff's ends as well. So I'm not sure if that answers your question well, but.
Okay, Councillor Dworsky, then Councillor Fraser. Go ahead, Councillor Dworsky.
Thank you. Through you, Warden Williams. A couple of points. I wanted to support what Councillor Wirt said in terms of also considering outside of the municipal sector. So, like in South Glengarry, we've done some hiring in the last few years that was outside of the municipal sector. In some cases, it was still public service, but we've also hired out of the private sector as well. So I think that maybe it's not we want to adjust the grids to reflect that, but that could be helpful for municipalities to have that information to understand they're having trouble hiring within the municipal sector, sort of what are the other pay bands that they might want to consider if they want to start recruiting outside of that. So I'd say that that's one point. I'd also like to touch on what Councillor Bylaw said and about how sometimes these exercises move the floor up. I mean, certainly other sectors, like for example with policing, there's that argument of the Me Too clause where policing contracts tend to follow other police services and they tend to inch up over time. So I don't know if that's the case in the municipal sector. I mean, I don't have the data to speak to that, but I think that is definitely something to consider. Now, I don't know what it's like in the other townships, but like last time we did a similar exercise in South Glengarry, we did most of the work, I think all the work in-house when we did looking at our pay bands. So I'm sure probably, maybe we weren't doing as thorough a job as what these outside consultants are doing, but certainly we seem to have done us well. So I guess where I'm going with that comment is this something, and obviously it's too late to sort of change the vote on this one, but is this something where the counties could be providing a service to all the lower tiers as well when they're doing this kind of activity, to be able to not just look at upper tier, but also at the lower tiers, so that, we all have the same data and that we don't necessarily have to expend our own, lower tier resources, either internally or on consultants, to have that kind of data. So that's a thought maybe for the future that I'd like to throw out there. Thank you.
Okay, Tim, do you have?
Just so I'm clear, Councillor, you're suggesting that as part of this review, we could capture or look at the data that's relevant to local municipalities? Is that the question?
Well, I assume that's impossible at this point. So it was, if it was possible, I think that's very worthwhile. But it was more about planting the seed so that when this happens next, that there's more of a lens on how can the upper tier provide this service, to the lower tiers as well.
Okay. Well, the reason we outsource here is a couple of reasons. Is we don't have time or the staff resources to do a proper job internally, and the other thing, I've found over the years, it's always better to have a kind of an outside expert, an outside pair of eyes look at this and look at it dispassionately. If we were going to expand it going forward, I think with the locals, we'd have to have those discussions about what it's going to look like and who's going to do it, and if there's going to be a cost, because certainly if the county were to lead it, I would recommend that we hire somebody because it would become a very large job. It would move from just our positions. It would become quite a larger job. So we'd have to dedicate more money to have a consultant to do it. So those are my thoughts, Councillor Jaworski.
Okay, so it sounds like we can at least ask the question going forward. Okay, is that good? Councillor Fraser, and then I think we need to move on this subject.
Thank you, Madam Warden. It's comments and thoughts. Whenever the CAO talks about a comparator with the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus members, other upper tier or single tier municipalities, and I mentioned this before, and it sits in my brain, I have to mention it again. One of the comparators or one of the competitors, not a comparator, is the lower tier. We're competing for skilled talent. It's a struggle for all municipalities, I'm sure, as it is a struggle for the upper tiers. The upper tiers, the pay grid, I'm sure, is different. You mentioned middle of the road, Tim. North Dundas 2 tries to sit middle of the road, and we recently found out the middle of the road changes very rapidly, and every 5 or 6 years is not a good way to determine or to substantiate our position of believing middle of the road is where we want to be, if that's truly where we want to be. We quickly found out in North Dundas that we were well behind middle of the road in certain areas, which, with the competitive market for skilled talent, I understand why people change their view of where they want to stand in the pay grids and what they have to offer to ensure they capture skilled talent and the right people. I would think that we needed this more frequently than every 5 or 6 years. It's an expense, but we quickly lag behind those in our neighboring communities, and to your point, Mr. CAO, outside of SDG. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fraser. You've all heard the motion. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
We're now on to 6B, Economic Development Approval of February 2022 Intake of Applications for the Regional Incentive Program. Madam Clerk, if you can please put the motion on the table.
It's moved by Councillor McGillis, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry approve funding under the State Discover Grow Regional Incentives Program in the total amount of $86,730.12 for the following 6 projects. 1. Alton Alt LLP, Township in North Dundas, $5,000. 2. 940039 Canada Incorporated, Township in North Dundas, $26,799. 3. Robert McGee, Township of North Stormont, $8,900. 4. Reiki Produce Farm, Municipality of South Dundas, $12,777.14. 5. South Branch Stables, Municipality of South Dundas, $1,239.37. And 6. Cornerstone Organics, Township of South Stormont, $32,014.61.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Tara. These look like some great projects.
Good morning, Madam Warden, Council. We had an exciting meeting in February with the Regional Incentives Approvals Committee, and we reviewed 9 applications at that time. Of those 9 applications, we've brought forward the 6 recommended here today for the total of roughly $86,000 of the $250,000 that are to be invested for this year. As has been mentioned, we do have some very exciting initiatives in the works. Some of them small, some of them large, all of them important for our communities. In the case of Alton Alt, they're looking at some significant upgrades to the frontage of their property. It's a law firm in Winchester. The parts that we are looking to help them fund are some accessibility improvements to the exterior, so improving the ramp and essentially, replacing the ramp in the front entrance, as well as replacing some of the stairs so that they will be wider and safer for their clientele to enter. In the case of Robert McGee, it's a property that has been in bad condition for quite a long time. The property used to be a hardware store, so it's commercial on the base and the entry floor level. There's a residential apartment upstairs. They're looking at a complete facelift of that project. So they're looking at a beautiful old historic building that's sadly not had a lot of work done in the last couple of decades. So they are looking at extensively repairing the exterior facade. At the same time, the property owner is looking at also gutting the interior. He's going to be cleaning it up on his own. And the goal is to bring in a new tenant for this property, which is located in downtown Finch. With the case of South Branch Stables, they're a simple one. They're looking at new signage for their stables. It's a racing stable. They rent out stalls for other horses. They sell hay. It's an agricultural business that's doing quite well, located out in South Dundas, and they're looking for a signage improvement. With the Reiki Produce stand, I'm sure many of you have checked out this business that's located out in South Dundas. They're just outside of Morrisburg. Beautiful red building as you come into Morrisburg, and they've done exponentially well since they opened last year. So out of their own funding, they purchased the property. They've put up the farm stand, which is a bright red barn as you come through the County Road 2. The parts that they're looking at, they weren't anticipating how well their business would do in the first year, but they've already looked at the options of they need to expand. They put in a parking lot last year as they needed one to open the business, but at the time when they put it in, they underestimated the amount of traffic they would have. So they're looking at expanding the parking lot. They're looking at improving the parking lot. They're looking at improving the laneways. Inside the barn, it's a crushed stone surface, which works for a barn purpose. It works in terms of stocking their shelves. It doesn't work very well for accessibility of their clientele. It also doesn't work as well for expanding into other cleaner food options. So they're looking at putting in a cement base in the interior, which will again improve accessibility, but also allow them to expand their operations into other elements. They're looking at putting in shrubs and guest areas and picnic tables. It's all part of the agritourism experience, which is something that we've been heavily encouraging of our agritourism assets. And we do suspect that this is going to become one of our biggest new guys. So we applaud everything that's being done by the family at this location, and we do anticipate that it's going to draw even more tourists this year. In the case of Cornerstone Organics, another one of our huge agritourism assets, so Matt Lalonde is a local plumber, and last year he purchased an aquaponics company from a pre-existing business that was, the gentleman was retiring for health reasons. They've done exponentially well in terms of their own startup business. So Cornerstone Organics, they specialize in CSA farm baskets, they specialize in their organic teas, They have a meditation studio on site. They have multiple barns. It's a fairly large agritourism site. The part that they purchased last year, so they did purchase an aquaponics business. It's completely separate from the ask. That business is running actually in a former indoor swimming pool. So it had all of the right conditions to bring in the aquaponics. The aquaponics business is looking to expand. They see that there's a lot of opportunity in what they're doing to expand both the sale of the fish, the sale of the microgreens. So aquaponics, it's essentially a giant fish tank. You grow greens on the top, you have fish on the bottom, the fish fertilize and create the microgreens. So they're looking at putting up a new greenhouse on site. So the large-scale greenhouse is going to allow them to purchase more aquaponics, to put in a farm gate store at the front of the building. They're looking at putting in a parking lot. They don't actually have one right now. They do have a lot of clientele coming. And again, they're looking at increasing their opportunities. So the 6 projects, as mentioned, equals roughly $86,000 of the $250,000 for this year. Our second intake is currently open. We expect it to be closing on the 21st of this month, and there could be a third intake this year as well.
Oh, third intake. Okay, that's. Is that the first time there's a third intake?
It's not the first time. Last year, it depends on how many applicants we get in the second round. We did unfortunately have 2 projects not move forward, so we are peeling back $20,000 in former projects as we move forward this year, so we will have a little bit more funding in the program, as had been previously approved by council. When a project doesn't go forward or a project comes in under budget, those funds go back into the pot so that we can reinvest them into future projects.
Okay, thank you, Tara. Go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Good report, Tara. I just wanted to ask you, with respect to the other 3 businesses that were not successful, are they able to reapply?
Certainly, any of the projects can reapply. In the case of the 3 that weren't considered, one was sent in late, so they were not considered because they had submitted their application late. It was brought to the community, to the committee, just so that they were aware of it. But that applicant has already been encouraged, you're almost ready. They had a few conditions that they needed to resolve. There were some questions that we had on their file, but the biggest one was just that they submitted it after the deadline, so they didn't meet the eligibility criteria. The other 2 candidates had not submitted adequate quotes. They had not submitted adequate information. In one case, they'd applied under the wrong categories, and they were lacking some of the information. So both of those applicants were encouraged to also reapply.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Councillor Byvelds, and then Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Warden. Tara, I think these are great projects. I think the committee, and with some of the changes we did over the last few years, has improved what we do, and it shows in the applications and where that money is being spent within the county. Doesn't matter where they are; they all have that value-added premise that it creates economic development along with tourism and anything else. And if there's more money coming into the counties, no matter how it comes, and we're a small part of it, then I think that's good going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just before you go, Councillor Smith, Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Fraser have just headed out for a very brief Zoom meeting, and they'll be back shortly. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden. Being a member of that committee, I just wanted to say it was it's just amazing how much we're able to do for these businesses, and in return, what they're able to do for us. They're beautifying their properties. They're making it a thrill. All of these businesses are pretty much on main arteries, not in just the municipalities, but in SDG. And when we're helping them improve the properties, once again, they're just making it much more inviting, I guess I can say. The municipalities are benefiting. We're getting a lot of help from the CIP programs locally, and moving up to us. And I can't say enough about it. I had a business too, and I used the CIP program. I didn't know much about this one here, but it's getting out there now, and I'm very happy to see that it's moving the way it is.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So we have quorum just, so we can pass this motion. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'll ask for the vote. Okay, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Warden, if I may?
Yes.
I just wanted to comment and thank the county councillors for being ambassadors to this program. I do recognize that everyone who sits at this table, including those who have stepped away, serve a great deal of support in terms of letting our local businesses know about what we have to offer and helping us to open some of those doors. As has been mentioned, many business owners are very apprehensive about having to fill out any kind of paperwork. We try to make this as simple of a matter as possible. I sit down with them. All of your local EDOs are very, very active about sitting down with the applicants. It takes many, many visits to work them through, so we are happy to have everybody kind of helping to advocate for it and working with us collectively on making sure that these businesses thrive. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you, Tara. Just hang on one sec before you sit down, and thank you for your work on this and bringing it in front of County Council for us to pass, and it's good for us to be able to see exactly the work you're doing. Which reminds me, so Tara reports to County Council on her economic development activities periodically, and I'm looking for feedback from County Council in terms of how often you would like to have Tara come and make a presentation. She does an awful lot of work, as everybody does, behind the scenes. We don't hear of it all the time or see it. So do you want a report, twice a year, 3 times a year, quarterly? Go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Well, thank you, Warden. Maybe we should be asking Tara that question. I mean, in terms of the amount of information that you have, what do you think would be a good idea in terms of coming back to the County Council with all the information and decision-making that needs to be done?
So I'm happy to follow your lead on whatever amount of information you want. And as well, I want to just mention my door is always open. So if you ever want to follow up on a specific anything, or if you're having any kind of challenge that you would like to address in your community that you would like us to work with your local municipality, please don't hesitate to contact me. In terms of official reporting, right now, the plan we were looking at was 2 economic development updates per year. So 1 summer, 1 fall, as well as at least 2 updates on the regional incentives project as we move forward. So I would be presenting to you roughly 4 to 5 times, depending on how many intakes we offer. And I'm happy to adjust that however you would like and however many times you would like me to come forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGillis. Yep.
So from what I'm hearing, quarterly would be a good start. Would that work with the rest of council members?
Go ahead, Councillor Bivalds and Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Warden. I think it's important that County Council know what's going on in your department here. No disrespect, but I mean, tourism season's coming up, and none of us know what the basis is there. There's always economic development activity, I assume, going on within here and the lower tiers, and how that all works together. I gotta. We know more sometimes of what goes on in Cornwall and SDG, and I think we need to make sure that there's I'm not saying it has to be too often, but, quarterly for sure, in timely meetings, you have to pick your times of when the best time is to do those. And as I said, tourism is coming up, and it's something that we need, I think we need to know so we can promote it. And if there's a hole there, maybe we can fill it. And then, as I said, if you want to do one later on strictly economic development and what's going on there, it's good to get updated either via a full-blown report, or even a key information report, or an activity summary that you can put together for council, that we know what's going on. I think that's the key. We don't want to operate blind in any department, and I sense we are a bit here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bivalds. Councillor Gardner.
Thanks, Madam Warden. I think that every time economic development presents, I think it's giving information not just to us but to the public. For me, having I sit on both the RIP and the tourism one, so I guess I'm a little bit aware of what's going on, but for me, I'd like more reporting on the higher level stuff. So we have had reports just prior to you arriving here about an economic development plan with concrete objectives, whether it's land inventory, attracting new businesses, creating a list of businesses that we need in each individual municipality, and having kind of those high-level projects that complement the work that all our economic development officers are doing. I think it's important to have you report on that, so we also see if there's duplication. We don't know if there's duplication. I sense that there is duplication, and I think that resources are tight, and I think it's important to make sure that we're aware that there's not duplication. So whether it's land inventory, land inventory, what's for sale, that type of thing. We had a date our community conversation that we had a fairly robust conversation on. I don't know where that's going. So to answer the question, Madam Warden, yes, we need more reporting, in my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
That sounds, Tara, go ahead.
And if I may, just to mention that, yes, those higher level projects are in the works, and Data County is also in our works. We completed the video for it, which is going to be one of the key components of releasing it later this year. I am due to give a full report to you. I believe it's either in the May or June meeting. So you will have that full account. It was already scheduled to come forward. And we do have a lot in the works. So in terms of tourism, we are meeting tomorrow for the tourism grants. So we will be reviewing all of those applications with the Regional Incentives Approval Committee. We also have a number of videos coming out for the tourism project. They will be relaunched later this month, so that will be part of that other report that you're going to be seeing, and we will be inviting you to watch them. We are working with Bell Media and CTV Ottawa and a number of different platforms to release that, both through social media, through television, through print campaigns. So we are releasing a robust tourism piece. In terms of, we are working with all of the lower tiers in terms of sponsoring 2 site selection tools. One of them is on the county website, and all of the lower tiers have the ability to put the link on their website, which has been sent out to the EDOs, and it's a site selection tool so that we can list all of our properties collectively. And we're also working with local intel so that they can pull it automatically. Commercial information can be pulled automatically into that feed, working with the Canadian Real Estate Board. In terms of, I'm trying to think, you had many questions. Just to mention that, yes, we are working on a number of these initiatives, and I'm happy to bring them forward to you in that next collective report.
Kristen, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Warden. Yes, so early on in my career, started with tourism and economic development, always been super passionate about it. But to your point, you've just listed quite a few things, and it's so important that our communities, via this meetings, have the opportunity to be part of that, not just at the final project stage. So thanks for the update. Now I'm even more interested in an update. And just, I think our timelines need to be crisper, and I think sooner is better. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Through your word, and I just want to make a comment. I think some of these projects are small in terms of the money that we're offering, but some of them are pretty in-depth and quite inclusive. And although we're giving them a lot of money in some cases, it's still only a small percentage of what they're spending on these businesses. I think it would be a good idea, and I think it's also important that upon the completion of these projects that we have some media involved, maybe have some people from our office at these projects and having a grand opening and letting the public know how we're spending their tax dollars and that it's going to good use. Because I can think of a couple off the top of my head, one just in Apple Hill that we approved last year, and another one last year that's ready to open this year in Long Sault, a microbrewery. And the anticipation for these things to open up are there. And it would be a good idea if we had more media presence when we have these openings.
Okay, thank you. We're kind of getting into the weeds here. I asked the question of how often we want to meet. If you have something related, Councillor Bivalds?
Just one quick thing, Warden. Tara, on these grants, before and after pictures, presentations, good for us, good for media.
Okay, so I think it sounds like quarterly is a good idea.
Yeah.
And how often do we have committee of the whole meetings, Tim?
Well, they're kind of, sorry, Madam Chair, they're kind of at the call of the chair. Sometimes we've had 2, sometimes we've had 3, sometimes we've had 4 or 5. It just depends. We are actually having one on May the 3rd.
Okay, so and I think economic development will be on the agenda.
Is that enough time for you to pull together?
Sure.
Because I think what I'm sort of hearing is that people would like to hear more about the ongoing activities of economic development, but not only that, have an opportunity to participate in a discussion. So committee of the whole would be appropriate for that discussion, and you can, design it however that works in order to get some input from county council. And then maybe when you do a basic report to county council at a regular meeting, it's more of a report.
Yeah.
So that can be done quarterly, and then the committee of the whole meetings can be used for more of a discussion. Does that work?
Whatever council would like. Yeah.
Okay. Are we all good with that? Great. Thank you very much, Tara.
Thank you, Madam Warden.
Okay, so we are on to financial services. And nothing. Oh, sorry. Okay, no, I thought there was something there. No, it's transportation. Sorry. Design of County Road 22 rehabilitation. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Wirt, seconded by Councillor Bivels, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry accept the proposal from BT Engineering, Inc. to complete the design of the reconstruction of County Road 22 for a total price of $102,286 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. So what we have here is the results of an RFP that we issued for the design of County Road 22. We issued 5 RFPs and received 4 responses. The results of this review process is that we had prices ranging from $102,300 to $185,200. And as you will recall, we had put $500,000 aside for County Road 22 to initiate the design as well as to start saving towards the reconstruction. So we certainly have the funds to complete this, and we were quite satisfied with the proposal put forward by the low bidder as well as the price. The points were in their favor at the end of the review. And as you will recall, we've worked before with this firm. I believe it was the Alexandria Main Street study that they completed for us last year. So we've worked with them. We're happy with the work that they've completed, and we would like you to award it to them, award this project to them. If you have any.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. On to planning, request to initiate an official plan amendment. Madam Clerk, can you please put that on the floor?
It's moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry direct staff to initiate an official plan amendment that includes policies addressing cannabis production facilities.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Peter, are you feeling okay?
I'm also under the weather, Warden, but thank you for receiving my report.
Okay. Yep.
As you may know, 3 of the local municipalities currently have interim control bylaws for cannabis production facilities. We met with the planners in North Dundas and South Glengarry, and the county is doing the planning services for South Dundas as well. 2 of those interim control bylaws, which put a pause on new facilities, are expiring this fall. And we discussed potentially that if we have specific OP policies, this will assist in implementing whatever the new zoning that each council will need to pass at the end of the interim control bylaw. So this report, if approved, we give direction to draft a policy, host a public meeting, and bring an official plan amendment to County Council. We've already looked at several in Southern Ontario where they've had a lot more experience with this. So we anticipate within a month or two having this at a County Council meeting.
Okay, thank you for your report. Councillor Byveld and then Councillor McGillis and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Warden, and thanks, Peter, for the report. And I know that South Dundas is part of the group that do have interim control bylaws. And if you haven't had a cannabis facility that wanted to park in your municipality at a contentious place, then you can go back and review some of the meetings in South Dundas online and enjoy some of the challenges we've had in filling chambers during that brief interlude. We did have an opportunity, I think it was December. It is a contentious issue in the wrong spot. It's okay in a good spot, and I think having some good official plan policies that guide municipalities and guide those who want to make these facilities happen within the county is a smart move from the county point of view. It shows that we're all trying to work together on facilities that are in the right place at the right time and don't interfere with those who are already there and live within the area. And it really doesn't matter where it is. You think it's in the middle of nowhere until you find out and you get all the phone calls that really isn't in the middle of nowhere, and it's certainly impairing the enjoyment of people where they live. And I do look forward to seeing what these policies look like, and hopefully we as counties can come up with a plan that makes sense for SDG. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I agree with this. The policy, it's at the discretion at councils at the lower tier. If they want to follow the OP, but it'll be there for the counties. I think that it should be changed, though. A lot of the different municipalities throughout Canada are changing the name, like the stigma of cannabis production facilities. They're changing it to medical marijuana production. A lot of it is used for medical reasons, and I think a good plan would be to allow them in industrial zones where we're protecting the residents if there's any odors. But the odors we haven't heard any complaints from in terms of odors that we have for productions we have in our municipality. There's filters that they have, baffle filters that keep maybe 150 meters from any other facility or other businesses or any other residences for the protection, right? So I think that we have to look at, doing the right thing, and I think doing this review will help protect the people, the community at large, from any other environmental issues coming from these types of businesses. But I'm totally in support of these businesses, because I think that it's important that these medical marijuana facilities are there for the people, rather than always going to the pharmaceutical type of pills or whatever they need for medical reasons. I think it's important that I know a lot of people that are going to this type of medical strategies, if you will, and it's protecting people in terms of different elements. So I think it's important to keep these and making sure that we don't put them out of business, to make sure that we work with them. So I'm just afraid of that, because there's a lot of people, there's a stigma still there. Mm-hmm. So
yes,
I'm supportive.
Thank you, Councillor McGillis. Councillor Gardner.
Thanks, Madam Warden. As Councillor Byveld's mentioned, we have had quite a fulsome discussion at the South Dundas Municipal table around this topic. you know, it's finding the balance of the economic benefits of having that facility set up versus the economic impact of how it may impact somebody else's business. To Councillor McGillis's point, we had an industry where it was going to be set up close to, so it was in an industrial section. That industry, eco industry, would have been severely impacted by any risk of having particles, whatever, in their product because they go over to the States. So even in an industrial setting, there can be difficulties. I support this business. It's a new frontier, if you will. So I'm hoping when we have these planning discussions, because it's a different business, we need to look at the technology associated, what the standards of technology would be for filtration systems, as well as water usage. Because one of the concerns that was raised around our South Dundas table by our residents was the impact that this industry can have on the water table. So there's a lot of different moving parts with this. So I think this is a great start, and I think we as municipal councillors all started with this change at the beginning of our term, and the technology, the filtration, the water usage, all those, they're good businesses if they've run correctly. If not, it can be very chaotic and impactful to the pre-existing businesses. So as much as we want growth, we also want to protect the businesses that are already there, as well as our residents with the smell. The odor seems to be the big one. So this is a good start, and I'm hoping that in their work in looking at this, that they also look at the technology that's available, right, to control, lessen the impact, if you will.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Peter, I'm assuming that these are the kinds of things you'll be looking at when you get into this?
Yes, thank you, Warden. In terms of the policies we're looking at in some of the other municipalities, things like odor control, hydrogeological studies, looking at mitigation from light. Those are all the type of policies that some of these other municipalities have. We have more generic policies in the current official plan, but a lot of the municipalities have specific cannabis or medical cannabis production just because of the nature of the use and specific impacts. So I don't think it'll be anything new, but kind of buffering and making sure that when municipalities want to defend their zoning, that they also are backed up by the policy and the official plan to a greater extent, even more than it already is.
Very good. I think he's frozen. No, he isn't frozen. Okay, thank you for that, Peter. All right, then, well, I'll call the vote on this. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Peter. All right, nothing in court services, county library, computer monitor purchases for library branches. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry approve the purchase using provincial COVID funding of 45 public use computers and monitors at the price of $49,976.55 plus HST, 18 staff use computers and monitors at the price of $20,352.96 plus HST, and 63 computer cable locking systems at the price of $3,591 plus HST from Dell Technologies.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you very much. As you know, as Council knows, the SDG Library is recognized throughout our local municipalities as being a place where to provide access to information and access through the internet to information. And we are currently operating with some fairly dated computer technology. And so as per the procurement policy of the counties, I'm here to ask for a sum total of just shy of $73,000 so that we can upgrade the computer technologies in our library branches using available COVID funding. And I've consulted with the Director of Financial Services and with staff in the IT department, and we have sought out our best pricing possible through the Ontario Education Collaborative Marketplace. We have a partnership with Dell Technologies, and they've given us 3 quotes for 3, breaking down the purchases so that we can kind of separate it out so that council can know what we want. I will point out that in the past, when we've ventured to make large-scale or comprehensive technology purchases, it has been through the auspices of specific capacity building funding from the province geared to libraries. Now that funding hasn't been available for a few years now, so we've been kind of operating on our laurels. And I would never say, never assume and never say never, but I knock on wood, I think we are now opening our doors at the tail end of the pandemic fully to our public, and so we are in a position where we would really like to update the hardware to access information in our branches. Any questions?
Thank you for your report. Councillor Jaworski, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. Thank you for your report, and based on the comments that were made, I gather that in the past we've relied on other sources of funds for this project. But I guess where I'm going with this comment is, do we need to have an asset? Do we need to have an asset management plan for this sort of equipment? Do we not? If we can't expect that we're going to get special funding for these things, it might make sense to have such a reserve for this, so that we can make sure that this. Because I'm fully supportive of having good equipment for the public to use, because that encourages folks to use it. And if we're going to provide that service, we should use equipment that is, in terms of the equity lens, we should be providing equipment that is up to date as well. So I fully support it, but I think in terms of how do we plan for the future to make sure that this equipment is refreshed on a regular basis, and perhaps, again, this is a decision maybe that needs to be made in terms of what's the best for economics, in terms of and maintenance. Do you change them all at once every 8 years or 5 years, or do you do a few at a time? So I just wanted comments on the asset management planning with regards to this.
That's a very good question, very valid. In the past, we have kind of operated, I would suggest, a bit more piecemeal, although we've tried to stay on top of lease agreements. So we may have been able to fully replace, the staff workstations, or we may have been able to completely replace printers, etc. So that kind of plan. We never have had, at least not to date, a clear-cut asset management plan. I've consulted with our Director of Transportation, kind of wanted to get in on the same kind of style he has for his trucks, but to date we haven't been able to do that, but that would be a good one. The fact that we've got this COVID funding that would allow us to replace everything and be on the same page as if we were, ready to start that asset management plan going forward from this point would be a great launching point, I think. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, Councillor Smith, then Councillor Bivalds.
Thank you, through you, Warden. I'd like to approve this as well. These computers and technology, I'm the last one here to have learned how to use these things, and I'm still learning, I'm way far behind. However, I do know enough about them to know that they don't last forever. These ones that we have sitting in front of us, I don't think I'm the only one that's been having problems. I'm having battery problems, and I see quite often other councillors having some help from the IT. So these things need to be upgraded. But my comment I do want to make is, if we go ahead and do this, what are we going to do with the old ones? Because I know there's a lot of families out there several kids, several students, and they're doing a lot of online or virtual learning, and they've only got one computer, one laptop that they have to share, and I think there's some out there that could really use the help, and I'd like to see it go to some families out there that could use an extra computer in their household.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do you?
I was just checking with the director of IT. We do know of some organizations that do take older equipment and either can refurbish them or, you know, kind of model together some components so that they can be used. We definitely don't try to just dispose of them and out of sight, out of mind. So we are conscious of that. But we don't usually have a full-scale rollover, shall we say. This would be kind of a first for us. I also want to point out that I've been at this now for about 10 years. I will say that with having Wi-Fi in all our branches, having more people with personal devices and cell phones with data and whatnot, we have been able to reduce the number of public access computers that we offer in our branches, just because they, you know, we keep track of just how heavily they've been used. And then if we find, okay, we really don't need 5 in this branch, we can get by with 4 or 3 or something like that. We've acted on that. So this current purchase ask is really the most up-to-date and conservative numbers that we're looking for.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bivalds, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'd just like to echo Councillor Jaworski's concern about an asset management plan. Some of these are pretty old, and the challenge, first of all, I have no issue with the purchase. It all makes sense. It just sets up that challenge that a number of years from now, the cycle will hit all at once instead of kind of doing a bid every year. Like changing computers on a regular basis seems to be very normal within our spheres. And these computers are used by the public, and I'm sure that they get messed up quite easily. So I think that the library board needs to look forward now, whether they start setting money aside that they know in 4 years they're going to replace these computers, and that money is already ready to go, because the free money doesn't come every year. So as I said, no issue with what we're doing. It's just planning forward ahead to the day that we need to replace them on a fairly regular basis because of their usage. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Rebecca has some thoughts on that.
Just to echo Councillor Biveld's points on asset management, as well as other members of council, the computers are considered a non-core asset, which would be something that we can include in our next phase of the asset management planning. Normally what we would do is, even with the administrative building, we would rotate computers on a cycle where we would do certain ones within so many years, so it's not all at once. What I would consider for something like library, doing such a major purchase like this, is looking at a way to put some money into reserves every year through the library budget that would help offset future costs of that rotation of computers. So that's something that we will build into our asset management plan going forward with the this additional purchase of the non-core infrastructure assets.
Great, thank you. Excellent plan. Okay, so you've thank you for your report. You've all heard the motion. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break, Ben, unless, well, 3 minutes. Can you get all these tenders done in 3 minutes? No? Okay, maybe when we come back, we'll take a 10-minute break then. There's some muffins and cookies in the back, get a coffee, and we'll be back at 22. Pardon me? Thank you. All right, let's get back up and running, and we're going to get through this in a hurry, right, Ben?
I can go fast. I'll go fast.
So, starting with tenders and quotations, Madam Clerk, please read the guardrail motion.
It's moved by Councillor Wirtz, seconded by Councillor Bivelds, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the joint tender from Peninsula Construction Incorporated for guide rail replacement at their unit prices totaling $275,554.50 plus HST, and that Council approve a change order of $61,390 based on the unit rates as tendered, so that the total contract value is $336,944.50, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract and change order.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, and I recognize that it's a little abnormal to be coming and saying we need to do a change order right away, and ultimately, and I'm sure you read in the report, but worth mentioning, we made a mistake in our quantities that we had tendered, and realized after the tender closed and we were looking at it, and we said, oh shoot, we made an error here and had the wrong some tender items wrong. Fortunately, at the end of the day, what it means was that the low bidder would not have changed. It was still regardless of how the tender, if the tender had been done correctly with the right items, the low bidder would have remained the low bidder. There are very few that do this kind of work, so fortunately as well, it's a small market, and this is we felt that just adjusting those quantities through a change order right away was the best way to address this error that we made. I do apologize, and hopefully Council will award it. We are awarding it, and will be under budget, and it's within kind of an expected. At the end of the day, it's within the expected budget we were anticipating after the change order is awarded.
Thank you, Ben. Questions or comments? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Carried, none opposed. Thank you very much. On to skin patching.
It's moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor MacDonald, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the tender from Blair Asphalt Products for hot mix skin patching at their unit prices totaling $117,730 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is actually a first for us this year, is we decided to tender skin patching separate from the hot mix contract. And the reason we did that was we've noticed over the years that the unit rate that we get for skin patching isn't really that overly competitive in the grand hot mix contract, and we felt that if we tendered it separately, perhaps we'd invite some lower, like some of the smaller contractors to actually be able to bid on this contract. So that's why we separated it out. The prices were in line with what was expected, and we're actually coming in under budget for that type of repair. Just to recall, skin patching is just like a corrective kind of thin lift of asphalt that we put over top of areas where we have like lots of rutting or potholes that need to be addressed with hot mix asphalt. So we're happy with the bids we received, and we certainly recommend award with Council's approval. And I do want to note this includes that little repair to County Road 19 that Council had budgeted as part of the Now Needs Roads work.
Thank you, Ben. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. None opposed. Thank you. Crack sealing.
It's moved by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the joint tender from Neptune Security Services for crack sealing at their unit prices totaling $179,300 plus HST. The joint tender includes the following: United Counties of SDG, $157,800, Township in North Glengarry, $21,500, and that the Director of Transportation be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Relatively straightforward and something we do on an annual basis. It is coming in under budget, so we're happy about that. I do want to just remind Council, it is a unit rate contract, and it is based, these quantities are based on estimates, but obviously after spring is done, it's magic, and the roads are thawed. We tend to find a little more than we had budgeted or anticipated, but ultimately at the end of the day, our staff do an amazing job at keeping us on budget, so I have no concerns in terms of being able to do the work that we had envisioned here.
Thank you, Ben. Go ahead, Councillor Wirt.
Through you, Madam Warden, just for my own interest, Ben. I was on the Avamore Road a couple of weeks ago coming into the village, and I saw significant amounts of the product material, like it looks like a silicone rubber sort of base that it had come up off of the road. Whenever we do these contracts, is there a life expectancy that you normally anticipate, or is that just a...
I don't know what the normal, I don't have off the top of my head what the normal life expectancy is. We do, there's different types of crack sealing. We do a 20 mil by 20 mil kind of where they route out, so they cut the roadway 20 mil depth by 20 mils wide to be able to install it. And for us, we felt that that gives us the best performance because there is what they call like a blow and go type of application where essentially they just squeegee the material over top of the existing crack. Or they do, the other one that I've seen is it's a 40 mil by 10 mil. So you're wider, but less depth. And we've always found with the 20 mil by 20 mil, we get good adhesion into the crack. But unfortunately, this time of year when you've got the road moving and if we have to send our plows out to do some work and that, so what happens actually, if I may, this is interesting for me, during the summer months, of course, the asphalt warms up and expands, so what will happen is you'll see that material actually bubble up a little bit. So I'm going to be willing to bet that what had happened was we had a warm day where the asphalt actually expanded, the material bubbled up, which it normally does in the wintertime, or excuse me, in the summertime. In the wintertime, the material contracts, and so it's stretched thin, and it'll actually have like a bowed profile to it. So if it's come up and our plows are out plowing the roadway with the blades we have on it, it'll catch it and can rip it out. So that's probably what happened there.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Byvelds.
Thank you, Warden. Is this a new company we've worked with before, or I've noticed this at South Dundas for an unusual project too, so that's why I'm questioning it. Thank you.
We actually worked with Neptune Security Services last year, and it was the first year we had worked with them. We checked the references. They had very good references, and I know our staff said they were an excellent company to work with. They came with good equipment, a good, well-trained staff, and they did a good job. So we're happy to work with them again this year.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. And 7.4, now need roads. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Wirt, seconded by Councillor Smith, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the tender from Roto Mill Incorporated for the cold-in-place recycling with expanded asphalt and other related works on various county roads at their unit prices totaling $1,725,427.21 plus HST, and that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the joint tender from Blair Asphalt Products for hot mix paving and other related works at their unit prices totaling $4,269,634.60 plus HST. The joint tender includes the following: the United Counties, $2,505,980; the Township of South Glengarry, $1,196,804.60; and the Township of North Glengarry, $564,350, and that the funds to complete the county's portion of the work be taken from the Now Needs Reserve, and if necessary, the Road Resurfacing Cost Stabilization Reserve, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before you start, Ben, if you could just clarify at some point during your report, because this was a complex report, exactly what the number was that was budgeted and the shortfall. Because I don't, it was a little complicated.
And fair enough, and I think what adds to the complication is we had added all of County Road 7 into this, which was, some of that was part of our original 4-year resurfacing plan. So I appreciate the complexity of this, and I think it's well worth pointing out to that Councillor Smith was very astute during our last meeting when he asked the question about the current market and how that's going to impact some of this work, and he was, I think that was absolutely correct, because the budgets we gave council whenever we were talking about these roads were budgets that were based on the as tendered rates for the work we were doing this year. And then we applied those rates to what we were estimating for the work that council's considering it right now. And I can tell you that the unit rates we received compared to what we budgeted and what we received in our first tender is significantly different. So we are in a little bit of a different world. And I can tell you as well that in speaking, I had an opportunity to meet with county engineers from across Ontario at the Good Roads Conference last week. And we're not alone, so I hope that that does provide some comfort to council that this is just unfortunately what we're faced with right now, given the market conditions that are out there at the present time. So I'll, with that as kind of the general start, I'll try my best to explain kind of what council's considering here and hopefully answer any questions that that may come up. There's really two tenders that are being awarded here, and really, you know, council's got to award both to proceed with the work because you can't do half of one without the other. The first one is the Cold in Place rehabilitation work that's being suggested or recommended award to Rotomill. That is for all of the work on county roads only. None of the local municipalities are participating in that joint tender. The unit rates we received there were actually relatively comparable to what we had received before, and really that's a function of the fact that it doesn't rely as much on the on asphalt because we are using an existing material. There is new asphalt, cement product that's being added into it, but at a much less volume compared to new asphalt. So there is, I guess we can buffer a little bit against that. The other advantage is Rotomill, they're from, both of those companies are from out of the area, but Rotomill had our first tender, so the whole transportation and lodging issue is resolved in the fact that they're already here and just kind of extending their work. So somewhat no surprise that they were able to come in relatively aggressive and bid comparable to what we had on our first contract. So when it gets to the hot mix paving, I do note that we have a joint tender with North and South Glengarry. So if council does want to or makes the decision not to award the tender, it does put North and South Glengarry in a little bit of a position, but I guess we'll have that chat once we get to the questions and see where council wants to go with it. But in terms of the budget itself, right now with what council is awarding, we would be using essentially all of our now needs roads reserve that we had put aside, as well as the OSIF funding, which we knew we would be using, and we would likely need a little bit of another reserve to be able to pay for the work based on where we are today, and that's before we do any geotechnical testing, our inspection, and some of those other costs. Now, and having contingencies in it. I do note as well that we are also subject to the AC market, so if AC prices continue to rise, that's another cost that needs to be considered in this. Now, fortunately, we are in a very strong position with our reserves, so we do have the money to be able to do this, and I think that that's a testament to council's foresight and planning for the rainy day. And I guess maybe my report is, even though it's snowing outside, this is the rainy day. So whether council wants to dip into that fund or not is entirely up to council. The way I've laid out the report as well, there's really, I mean, you think of it, there's two options. We can award the work and we can proceed, or we say no and we hold off and kind of figure out what we want to do. If we award the work, there is a sub-option in there too. And what we can do is we can actually pull out some of the work from that contract to be able to give us a little bit more of a buffer. I'm suggesting in this report, and it doesn't have to be, I can come back with some other options, and if we award the work, we don't have to make this decision today, but I'm suggesting County Road 22, and just by virtue of the fact that it's only half of that roadway and it's a little bit geographically separated from the rest of the work, so that's why I've suggested that one. But again, it's really up to council if we want to go a different way with that. Ultimately, yeah, at the end of the day, with what we're awarding today, it's about $3 million worth of work, $3 million and a little bit more, and we had $2.9 million kind of as a total kind of combined pot of money that we could play with for this without touching reserve. So like I said, we're slightly over, again, subject to the AC market, and that's unfortunately the boat we're in right now. And as you can see by the fact that we had, you know, 2 bids that came in for the asphalt, I would say relatively comparable between, sorry, there's 3 bids, but 2 of them were relatively comparable. You know, this is unfortunately where we are today with the market of this product.
Thank you, Ben. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Warden. This is why we have reserves. I mean, we have substantial reserves, and to not get this work done, we have momentum going on our roads. We hold off this year, we're just going to keep getting behind and behind. So I'm 100% in favor of taking it out of reserves and getting the roads that need to get done this year, get them done this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wirt.
Through you, Madam Warden, yeah, to Councillor McDonald's point, and I think the other thing that also needs to be considered, I think quite a few of us were in Western Ontario, and twice I was in conversations in regards to the gas tax situation. Like we've got unheard of gas pump price, which always transcends to some type of adjustment in regards to what we might expect coming from this year's gas tax. I don't know if Rebecca wants to comment on that, but it's the season of speculation, and that could play into this discussion positively. So, but I would support Councillor McDonald's position on this. We've got plans that have to be, you know, laid upon, and that we're going to support. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Rebecca, did you want to say something?
Just with regards to the comments regarding the federal gas tax, there's been 2 occasions in the last 5 years, I believe it was, where we received a top-up, which doubled our federal gas tax amount for the year. We haven't received anything other than the allotment we're getting this year, and that's, of course, subject to change in the future years, but we haven't received any indication that that amount is going to change anytime soon. We have been receiving about almost $2.1 million for the last 2 or 3 years. So it's only gone up a little bit incrementally, but with regards to the changing fluctuations of price, you know, gas prices, we haven't heard anything that would indicate so far any significant increase in that fund.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Ben, go ahead, and then Councillor Gardner.
I was just going to suggest too, and we're going to, you know, Mike's going to be presenting with myself on some of these bridge projects, and obviously we're into some financial challenges there as well, if I may. And maybe what I'd suggest for council is that we get back and start reporting regularly in terms of how we're doing budget-wise on all of these projects and how we're comparing, because we're coming up against some limits like we never have before. And I think it's important we keep council in the loop, and then if we need to make an agile kind of change of course, we have that opportunity to do so. So that's one thing I just wanted to, you know, if approved, that's something we can offer to kind of at least keep us on track in terms of reporting to council on how things are going, because it is a year unlike I've ever had to deal with. So
I think that would be welcome. Councillor Gardner, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Warden. I agree with my colleagues across the table. I think that in this situation, while things are higher, I don't think they're going to get lower. So, you know, if you look ahead a couple of years, there may be a situation where we're looking back wishing that we had taken the cheaper price today, because I don't think it's going to be cheaper 2 years from now. So support it.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bivalds.
Thank you, Warden. I do agree, you know, we have an opportunity here. It's unfortunate that we're caught in a situation that, you know, the global commodity markets have gone absolutely crazy, have no sign of relenting whatsoever. And it not only affects us, it affects a lot of our businesses out there, whether it's fuel or commodity type inputs, and the agriculture community is certainly feeling the effects both ways. I will have, you know, Councillor Smith did predict that we'd probably be in this dilemma, and I'll give him credit for that. And as the person that thought that this was a good thing to start, collecting our money, this is the year we're probably not going to collect any at the end. So you know, if council is comfortable going with this, that's fine with me. I sometimes would look at what I could cut to make things a little bit more within budget, but we certainly have the funds available now. I suspect by the time we get done this year, between the road reserves and the asphalt cement reserve and the salt reserve and all those good reserves that Ben's been looking after very well, he's faced with the dilemma that, and we are too as counties, and whether we're counties lower tier, all these projects are going to go over budget. Different environment, we may have to adjust as we go along, and I suspect that the next council is, hopefully they look at this council and has said at least they planned ahead and got things done, because we might be in a tight marketplace next year budget-wise to deal with the luxury that we have today of taking funds and fixing up the roads that have been somewhat ignored or just not on the list for a number of years. So saying all that, if council's comfortable with supporting spending reserves, so am I. I can live with it. I would have been certainly looking at where we can cut if we had to, but I know that's not fair to others that think that they need that road done too. So with that, I will be quiet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaworski?
Can't predict the future, but I do think things will actually start to improve. I don't think necessarily this is going to be a ride up for that much longer. But that being said, I am supportive of moving forward. But again, if this is our new reality, that means that when we're budgeting next year, we have to be, this is the new baseline that we're using. But I gather that the biggest issue really is that AC risk, is like what's going to happen in terms of that, the AC index and how that could potentially impact this contract going forward. But that how we're sitting right now, we're just slightly over budget. So my question was, all the other items, or most of the other items that we just reviewed, roads related, were under budget. So what is this part? Are those a part of all the same reserve bucket, or were those separate type activities? And obviously where I'm going with this is it's sort of like, in the end, are we doing okay?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so what we generally do, and I'll give the utmost of credit to our Director of Financial Services, because how we've operated in the past is, we're going to be over here, under here, and kind of at the end of the year, we use everything we've taxed for in the given year before we start dipping into reserves to pay for things, and that's really saved our butts many times in dealing with these overages. But what's different this year is that, particularly with this contract we're talking about here, Councillor Jaworski, is that we're over budget, and we haven't even included, an AC adjustment or our staff time actually inspecting the work, or some of the contingencies that are inevitably used. So, where we exactly stand right now as a unit rate contract, hard to say, but it is, that comes back to my idea of actually coming back and reporting to council a little more regularly on the budget side of these projects. We usually come and talk about the progress, but I think, we do an internal budget control as these things are going, but I think it's important that I'm sharing that with council, because I do think that, I think this is a year where we are not going to be able to pay for everything with the money we've taxed for.
Okay, thank you. Unless somebody has something different to say on the subject, okay, go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Yeah, I'd like to have a say. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I hate to say I told you so, but I did also say that we should take a lot of money and put back in reserves, because we don't know what challenging times are ahead. Now we're looking at this issue. Nobody wants to put any money, Councillor Smith, yes, in reserves. And it just irks me to think now we're dealing with this. But hindsight, if you look at the costs we were looking at then, if we didn't do those roads, there'd be a big cost today. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place, right? When you look at it. So we did do the roads that we thought we were going to do, that's what we looked at doing, and if we would have held off and put more money in reserves, the costs of fixing the roads today would be a lot more, because of the price of oil per barrel. I mean, that's what we look at. It's the cost of doing business, but in the supply chain and everything like that. So I do agree that we have to look at this seriously. I think if there's money there, we have to do it because we don't know what the future is going to hold again. It could be more costly in terms of what the asphalt increases in hot patching and things like that. So I agree. I'll agree with Councillor McDonald that this is something that we should move forward with. But we have no other choice, I don't think, at this point in time to do that.
Okay, Councillor Byveld.
Thanks, Warden. Just a thought that has come to me. I know you had suggested County Road 22 is that one that you would take off. If I was doing this project, I'd make them do everything else and leave that alone. And if we're running out of money, we can drop it off. That's just, you know, as a business person, that's what you would do. You know, we as agriculturists are still going to spend money on everything we have to do because we're set up for it. But if there's if there's a way of figuring out that you're going to run out of money, that's the one that you may come to council and say, we're getting tight. Do you want to cut it and save $500,000? Just as.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Warden. It's just a question, maybe Councillor Byvelds can clarify. For me, anyway, whenever your comment, Councillor Byvelds, about running out of money, are you talking about running out of the taxation money or the reserve money? You're running out of budget money, but you're not considering the reserve money in that comment? No. No, that's just what I just want to be clear on. Thank you.
Go ahead.
It's just that, you know, Ben has come to us and said, you know, we have some variables that we don't know yet. The AC adjustment is certainly higher than we ever anticipated, and we do have a reserve. That's great. We don't really want to set up to the point that next year we have to fill all those reserves up and take the next 4 years that the next council is going to be saying, well, they spent a lot of money, now we got nothing to do. And yes, we have money, but we can spend it in a hurry this year, and maybe that's just a thought I had that, you know, if you're going to go, if things look sad, then that's the road you'd cut because of, you know, unfortunately because of his location.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Thank you, Councillor Byvelds, for that. Not to weigh in too often or too much on this topic, we need to do what our role as councillors is to look after the funds, be reasonable, be considerate, thoughtful about how we spend taxpayers' money, how we spend the budget, but we also have to be mindful of the needs of the community and tough decisions in tough times. I'm supportive of the plan, and if reserves are needed, you know, to echo others that are supportive of, I think we need to go ahead. And not saying that we can predict the future. I know we can't predict the future, but our role is also to provide safe roads that allow commerce to continue in a fashion that's expected, and that's my thought on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. So I think everyone's had an opportunity. We'll see. I'll call the vote, and we'll see where it goes. All in favor of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Good discussion. And on to 7.5, Cardinal Culvert pre-purchase. Go ahead, Mike.
It's moved by Councillor McGillis, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the tender from Armtech Incorporated for the purchase of twin polymer-coated CSPs at the total price of $84,400.35, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Mike. You can go now.
Thank you. As you'll recall, at the March meeting, we saw the pre-purchase tender for the concrete box structures, of which the Cardinal Municipal Drain box structure was a provisional item. The pricing on that structure came back much higher than expected, and it was Council's decision at our recommendation to not award the provisional item. We've gone to the two steel pipe suppliers and obtain this tender in an attempt to see what the pricing would be if we replace the existing pipes in a like-for-like manner. And as we can see here, we can do it with a much more economical product. The steel pipe industry does tout that their polymer-coated pipes will last as long as concrete. We are a bit hesitant to accept that assumption, just that they haven't been around long enough really to prove it. However, they are believed to be a decent option, and especially in this case here, we can still make it work. We believe to replace the aged existing culverts somewhere relatively around budget this year. And so we are recommending that this tender be awarded and that those culverts do get the attention that they need.
Thank you for your report. Questions or comments? All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. 7.6, I don't know how to say that. Anyway, bridge replacement. Go ahead, Mike.
It's moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the tender from W.H. McSwain Incorporated for the demolition of the Hoosick Bridge and installation of twin concrete box culverts at their unit prices totaling $466,900 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mike, you're speaking to this?
Yes, I'll be taking this and the next three as well.
Okay.
So I did allude to this tender at last month's meeting as we had closed the tender right before that meeting. So we have received a bid from W.H. McSwain for $466,900. If we look at the table on the second page of the report, when we compare the pre-purchase cost of the culverts, the installation tender, and our budget for this particular project, you'll see that we are just shy of $15,000 over budget, which is a fairly small margin when you look at the total item cost. So it's not a significant overage. Of course, we do have our inspection and geotechnical on top of that, which is not accounted for in the pricing thus far. However, the bridge has alkali aggregate reactivity, which is causing it to deteriorate, and we do recommend that we move ahead with a product here that will be relatively little maintenance for, we would anticipate, about 100 years.
Thank you for your report. Questions or comments? Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion? Okay, carried. Thank you very much. Ferguson Bridge Rehabilitation. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Smith, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the tender from Delcon Constructors Limited for the comprehensive rehabilitation of the Ferguson Bridge at their unit prices totaling $1,017,000 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So this bridge is located on County Road 18, just west of St. Andrews, and it had some work done in the mid-'80s, which is deteriorating and spalling off of the bridge structure. It is in need of some attention, and we set a budget for this one based on our OSIM reports from 2021, which we felt was fairly recent cost estimation. As you can see, we were pretty off on this. To the tune of $300,000, $280,000. Unfortunately, we feel that the work needs to be done, and that the bridge needs the attention as soon as possible to return it to a. It's not that it's necessarily unsafe. However, we have fenced around to try and prevent people from going underneath because there are slabs of concrete that are loose, and that we don't want people loitering under there. So it is a situation that we do need to correct, and we felt that it would be done through this reconstruction project. And if it isn't done through this, we would have to. We did obtain quotes. I believe it was $15,000 to have somebody just go to remove loose concrete, and then we would be no further ahead on the rehabilitation, which was also recommended for this year.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your report. Councillor Byveld.
Thank you. Warden. Just a question to the Director of Finance. What do we have in the bridge reserve?
We had, yeah, it was 2.5 million. So we have pretty healthy bridge reserves to be able to offset. And I think you can see Table 2 kind of gives a summary of how we're looking for this year. And right now, we haven't budgeted yet, or excuse me, we haven't tendered Hoople Creek at this point. And I think we're at a point where we're recommending that we actually defer that work until next year. Let's get the design done and take a look at unit rates and come, because we know that budget's not going to be enough to do Hoople Creek. So capture that funding, use it against all of these projects we're trying to accomplish this year without digging too deep into that bridge reserve, and then update our unit costing. Because again, these are other projects that you can see the inflationary kind of hit against us and how it's working against the budgets we have, and not uncommon. And I think, compare that to the actual summary of bids and look how tight some of these bids are, and you can see that's just unfortunately where the market is right now.
Councillor Ward.
Through you, Madam Warden, just again from a perspective of somebody who doesn't understand the culvert industry, what's the threshold that we use whenever we're evaluating whether we change an existing structure or go to, say, an insert? I'm not familiar with this particular project at all, but like we previously discussed, the polymer steel, and is this one here off scope that it's just not something that's on the table for discussion?
Do you want me to take that one? Okay. This is like a conventional bridge, so it's not even an option to go with some kind of a culvert. But Hosek Creek, that was an example of where it was. It's a bridge right now, but it was a very, very small bridge. So we could actually, instead of going back to a bridge, we could put culverts in place of. So it just depends on the structure itself.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. On to Black Creek Bridge.
It's moved by Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the tender from Urban Link Civil Limited for the comprehensive rehabilitation of the Black Creek Bridge and Lefebvre Road Bridge at their unit prices totaling $1,161,859 plus HST. The joint tender includes the following: United Counties of SDG, $782,849, Township of South Stormont, $379,010, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Mike.
So this is about as close to a feel-good story as we can get with these bridges, unfortunately. Black Creek Bridge on County Road 18, a little bit east of County Road 1, so very, very far in the western end of the counties. Required work fairly similar to Lefebvre Bridge, so at the outset we were looking at bundling these two projects for a joint tender. As design progressed, the type of work required on both bridges deviated slightly. However, we would still need contractors with similar means and methods to get the work done, so we continued with the joint tender. And as you can see here, the overage on the county portion of the budget is only about $60,000. And from speaking with staff at South Stormont, they were able to get this one within their budget. So fairly close all around. Of course, as far as our bridges go, it's about a 10% overage. So we are recommending award. This bridge has a concrete slab on it that is full of cracking. It's believed to have been too thin from the onset, so we're looking at replacing it with a slightly thicker slab, and then we should get a very good lifespan out of that slab and protect the girders underneath for decades to come.
Thank you for your report. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. And we have East Castor River Bridge. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the tender from Dalcon Constructors Limited for the comprehensive rehabilitation of the East Castor Bridge at their unit prices totaling $977,000 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation be authorized to sign all documents to give effect to the contract, and that Council authorize the use of the SDG Bridge Reserve to offset any over-expenditure associated with this project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. So this bridge here, again, very much over budget. We do believe that the proposed work for the bridge is right for the structure itself. Being a pre-stressed concrete girders, there is some spalling and some deterioration underneath that we want to put a stop to as soon as possible, and certainly get the most life out of that structure that we possibly can. Unfortunately, with the cost of things, again, we're over budget before we begin to include inspection, geotechnical, and support from the design engineer during construction. In this report, we do discuss stealing the budget from Hoople Creek. Just as a side key information with Hoople Creek, when that designer or the engineer went out to look at the structure, they saw some visual indicators that they thought could mean alkali aggregate reactivity in that bridge as well. They recommended boreholes and testing. That work, the boreholes were taken. The testing is complete, and there is no alkali aggregate reactivity, so that will help determine the direction that goes in. However, we are anticipating the timeline of that project just won't allow us to get out to tender and complete before winter weather, and we believe the best thing for that bridge is to put it off until next year. And so, as you can see in Table 3, if we take the budget from Hoople Creek Bridge and we funnel it into East Castor River Bridge, we will still be short and require that we take $280,000 from reserves. Sorry, I'm having difficulty finding the number here, but I believe that's where we settled. $300,000 from reserves.
$300,000 from reserves.
From the bridge reserve.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Very good, thank you. And finally, roadside weed spraying. Thanks, Mike. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Gardner, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the joint tender from Wagger and Corporate Weed Control Incorporated for treatment on municipal roadsides at their price of $21,780 plus chemicals and HST. The joint tender includes the following: United Counties, $6,750 plus chemicals; North Dundas, $2,925 plus chemicals; South Dundas, $2,520 plus chemicals; North Stormont, $2,880 plus chemicals; South Stormont, $1,980 plus chemicals; North Glengarry, $2,790 plus chemicals; South Glengarry, $1,935 plus chemicals; and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. Just a reminder, the chemicals are paid for based on a price list that we have. So we pay the contractor essentially a rack rate for chemicals, and quite honestly, that's the bulk of the cost associated with this work is in the actual product. What council's awarding is just based on how much it costs to drive around and apply that chemical onto the county roadsides and local municipal roadsides. We're expecting we'll be in the $60,000 range by the time this is all done, so we'll be completing this work under budget. But every year it does vary depending on where we are and what the roadsides are like at the time we're out there, because again, we don't spray on ditches that are maintained. We also, there's areas around, wetlands and things like that we stay well clear of. So every year it's a little bit different in terms of where we're applying treatment. So thank you.
Thank you for your report. Councillor Byvelds, then Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Warden. Have you had a discussion or have you secured your chemicals? Because that is one of the industry's problems right now of two things, A, supply, and B, cost, and that's on the agricultural chemicals, and I know it's similar. So if you haven't done that research, it needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGillis.
That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. None opposed. Thanks very much. All right, you got your work cut out for you. All right, on to bylaws. 8.1, delegation of authority, lame duck period. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw number 5347, being a bylaw to delegate to the Chief Administrative Officer Council's authority for restricted acts after nomination day, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Okay, and you can speak to this, Kimberly?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden. This is a bylaw that you're probably all familiar with, that you will be passing already or soon at your local municipalities. The Municipal Act does set out certain restricted acts that a council can take if it finds itself with less than 75% of the existing council members not returning in the next council term. This can take place twice during the municipal election calendar, on nomination day, which is August 19th, or after election day in October. So the restricted acts are set out in the Act and in the bylaw. They include the appointment or removal from office any officer of the municipality, the hiring or dismissal of any employee of the municipality, the disposition of any real or personal property of the municipality that is valued at $50,000 or more when it was acquired by the municipality, and also making expenditures that weren't budgeted for or incurring any other liability of $50,000 or more. The bylaw before you today does set out specific requirements that the CAO would be delegated in relation to these restricted acts. The authority is only actioned should a matter warrant expedited action. Any financial expenditures outside of the approved budget would be determined in consultation with the warden. And if delegated authority is actioned at all, an information report would come forward to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Councillor Byvelds.
Thank you, Warden. I'm a bit challenged on several fronts on this. I think, yes, it has to be done sometime, but here we are in April and we haven't hit nomination day, and we might have 75% here, so, you know, who knows? I'd be more comfortable looking at it July, August. As for the work schedule, I think that perhaps we should have been a little, you know, we did a lot of work today, or proved a lot of work today. And some of it could have been timed a little earlier, but I know at South Dundas I pushed staff to make sure everything was done by midsummer, that the council basically was going to breeze through and not have any major issues. I think there's probably going to be one, and we haven't dealt with yet, but for the most part, we've got a lot of that work done, and I'm glad and give staff credit for that. But approving this today, I think, is a little early. We don't, as I said, don't know who's running, don't know, you know, who's going to be elected come that second period. No disrespect to Madam Warden, but, you know, she hasn't declared running, and we don't know if she'll get elected. So, you know, you're putting people in positions that they may or may not be able to do. As I said, more comfortable later on, but this time I'm not, you know, it happened in the last council, more so than when I wasn't here, and I know that delegating authority from a council is a challenge, and if we have to do it, fair enough, but it really has to be done, as the clerk said, very rigorously, and made sure it's done right. But as I said, if it's July, August, I'd be looking at it. April, I can't, not today. Thank you.
Okay, other thoughts on the matter? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Okay, so hang on a second, keep your hands up. 1, 2, 3. And against? 4. Okay, the motion, you have 5? The motion is lost. Okay, yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, no problem. Through you, Madam Warden, I'll bring this back then at the July meeting before. The latest we can do it is July. It has to be put in place before August 19th, and I think our August meeting falls behind that date. So I will bring it back again in July. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that. And now we're on to mutual assistance agreement. Madam Clerk.
The motion, sorry.
You're gonna read the motion?
It's moved by Councillor Byveld, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw number 5348, being a bylaw authorizing a mutual assistance agreement for the purpose of emergency planning with the City of Cornwall and the 6 local municipalities of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you. Good morning, Warden Williams, fellow councillors. Municipal government has an obligation under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act to develop and implement emergency management programs and plans. Through these programs, potential hazards are identified and measures are taken to ensure that municipalities are prepared to respond to an emergency event. As an added measure of preparedness, mutual assistance agreements enable municipalities in advance of an emergency to set the general terms and conditions of the assistance which may be requested or provided. The mutual assistance agreement before you today was first passed in 2009 between the county and the local municipalities. It was renewed in 2013 to include the City of Cornwall. The proposed agreement for 2022 was reviewed by the Community Emergency Management Coordinators from each municipality and the City of Cornwall. Updates to the agreement included minor editing to reflect current emergency management terminology, updates to the indemnification clause to include reciprocal indemnification from the assisting municipality, and updates to Section 11 under insurance to reflect current coverage held by all parties. Pending the outcomes of Council's direction today, the agreement will then be circulated to each participating member organization for review and signature. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Byvelds?
Just no problem with the report, Madam Warden. It mentioned Township of South Dundas, I believe, and that should be Municipality of South Dundas in the legal document. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything else? All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Catherine. On to 8.3, renewal of the Osnabrück Forest Memorandum of Understanding with the Ontario Woodlot Association. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Wirt, that bylaw number 5349, being a bylaw to enter into a 5-year renewable memorandum of understanding with the Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry chapter of the Ontario Woodlot Association to develop educational and recreational opportunities at the Osnabrück Forest, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Ben.
Where did 2 years go? I can tell you where. Anyway, just a renewal of the MOU we had originally put together with the SDG, Ontario Woodlot Association, more or less the same thing. We made a couple of small revisions. We've updated the term of the agreement from 2 years to 5 years. Just that makes a little bit more sense than coming back every 2 years. There was some concerns from the OWA with respect to some what they were concerned with was some obligations that they felt were put to them. That wasn't the intent of what was in there previously, but we, from our perspective, removing that clause that was causing them some concern really didn't change the intent or impact or the agreement itself. So we were happy to remove that. And then we did, of course, you always see these minor grammatical and clerical things that you need to address as you look through it with fresh eyes a couple years later. So we did that. But by and large, it's all the same thing. The goals are still the same. And I can tell you that they're actively working towards developing this area. And they have a BioBlitz going on in May. So they're going to be going out and doing a survey of all the natural features and animals and plants in that forest, and to be able to actually get a good inventory of what's out there. So very exciting.
Great. Thank you for your report. Are there any questions or comments? I just have a quick question. How is it that the Ontario Woodlot Association managed this forest and not South Nation Conservation?
So it is still managed by SDG, and South Nation does it on our behalf, but it's a similar arrangement to what we have with Friends of the Somerstown Forest, where the OWA is actually doing the kind of development of that opportunity there. Okay. So they're really, think of it like a partner that's advocating on behalf of the forest.
Very good. Okay, thank you. All in favor of the motion? Carried. None opposed. Thank you very much. And on to 8.4, ExploreNet Municipal Access Agreement. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Byvelds, that bylaw number 5350, being a bylaw to enter into a municipal access agreement with ExploreNet for the expansion of their broadband network, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, and I wish, unfortunately, I know ExploreNet had intended to come and speak with County Council about their broadband expansion. I think it was on the agenda at least twice, and just I don't know the reason why, but it hasn't worked out. But I was hoping that would be a good segue to this agreement. But what I can tell Council is that ExploreNet is looking to expand and install approximately 250 kilometers of new fiber network throughout SDG, and it's really spanning from the northeast corner all the way to the southwest corner. So there's quite a skeleton, or a backbone is actually the better way to put it, a backbone that they're putting in to be able to service some of our underserviced communities. So I think Council should be extremely excited about this. This is something that we have learned over the pandemic in particular, that having access to good, reliable, high-speed internet is critical to be able to do things at work, at home, and for school. So this is great news for SDG. We're happy to work with ExploreNet to get there. We've created an access agreement, so that gives them the permission and ability to install that network, their infrastructure within the right-of-way. It does set out some timelines and just how things are going to be processed, how where things are going in terms of where they need permissions, they don't need permissions, and security deposit, just to make sure that things are reinstated correctly, and relocation cost apportionments depending on where they put things and how long after, if we need to come back and ask them to move the plant, how long it's their cost versus our cost, or the split thereof. So there's a bunch of different things in there. The agreement itself is based on model access agreement that is out there through the CRTC, and then we've also used Lennox and Addington and Middlesex County have recently done these agreements with ExploreNet. So we did take some of those model agreements and incorporate a bunch of different things. I do want to note we worked very closely with Prescott Russell and Leeds Grenville, because both of those counties are also impacted by this work. So what we did right from the outset was try and collaborate, work close together with them, so that ExploreNet at least had 3 agreements that modeled each other whenever they're working with the counties. And we're also sharing this agreement with the local municipalities, because I think it's North Stormont at this point and South Stormont are the 2 that will see ExploreNet on some of the local roadways as they try and service some of those communities. So we're going to encourage the local municipalities to consider using this agreement as well, and there's no reason, in my view, they couldn't or shouldn't, but obviously up to them. So all in all, a really good news story, and we look forward to, hopefully ExploreNet does come to council at some point and really give an outline of what they're doing, because I'm really not qualified to talk about broadband and how this is going to help our residents, but I know passing this agreement is something we both look forward to, and know that this will kickstart that process, which is they're going to be installing this summer. So it'll be a busy summer. This is a lot of work for our staff to be able to look after this work.
Great, thank you for that, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, Ben. This is good news for sure. Definitely something that we need to keep advancing, and how we can help as a municipality to move this along is very important. My question is that, so in South Glengarry, we have a connectivity committee where we try to see what we can do at the lower tier to sort of, be more targeted, more effective at understanding our very local issues, gaps, opportunities. So considering that, ExploreNet is working closely with us, is there opportunity to have more information about specifically where this is going? Like you mentioned like from one corner to another, but how can we see specifically what is happening in our township? Thank you.
What I can do is I can express to them, and I come back to, I was really hoping they could have kind of been here to give that overview of what this project was about. But maybe what I'll do, my takeaway from today will be to encourage them to come back to council and give council a better overview of exactly what their plan is, if that works for you, Councillor Jaworski, and have them, try and encourage them to come and talk to council about exactly what they're doing and how it impacts all these local municipalities and the residents we serve.
Great, that sounds like a good plan.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Certainly it'd be great to encourage them to come, but I mean, at some point, can it be a requirement that we get this information, whether it be in person or in another mode? Thanks.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I guess your stick is to not approve this agreement until they come and tell you. But I wouldn't encourage that. I think we've worked in good faith with ExploreNet, and they're really anxious to get some of their approvals going. And this is really the genesis to get that approval part started. Maybe I can strongly encourage them is the best way to put it, or suggest that. That council really wants to understand what this is about, and I don't know what the reason they gave why they weren't able to attend the meetings, but I don't think it was for any, it wasn't trying to keep something secret or not share the good news. So I would imagine that I'd imagine messaging that council's really interested to hear about this. Can we put you on the agenda in May? It would be enough to get somebody here. I would hope. I would think.
Well, that sounds like a good idea. Councillor Bivalds.
I was just going to second what Councillor Jaworski and Ben is trying to do. I think, you really have to imply, and I think you as warden and Madam Clerk, to go to ExploreNet and tell them county council needs to know. Mm-hmm. I think this is, we're really looking forward to working with them, but not knowing where they're going, and we're going to get questions out there, and I know it may get political, and we want it here, but they probably got their route set, and that's fair enough. But we all realize that high-speed internet out in rural SDG is important, and ExploreNet kind of gives us a backbone that we can other companies work on. Like, lots of questions. I think they need to come and answer them, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm sure they'll come, and Ben will let me know if they say no, but I doubt they will. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Warden. I think this is very specific to each municipality, because I know there are a lot of residents in each municipality are still looking for high speed because of the slow signals that are still happening out there. I keep referring back to Alt Island. They're looking for high speed there, or better high speed, and there's other areas too, of course, in different areas. But I think the municipalities themselves can even actually contact ExploreNet and find out this information, to be more specific rather than coming here and wasting a lot of time talking about each area they're going to cover. But why can't we, is there, maybe our economic development person can contact them and get more information in terms of being more specific or where they're going and what their thoughts are. Can you bring that information towards each municipality so that they can contact them themselves?
And what I've done, Councillor McGillis, is the local municipalities, and I apologize, I can't quite remember off the top of my head. The local municipalities that are impacted by the build that is covered under under our municipal access agreement right now with ExploreNet, that's what motivates them to come and talk to those local municipalities, because they're installing the plant on their local roadways. But that's not to say that they can't, that whatever they're planning for, whatever the actual rollout of their entire network to each community and small little hamlets and villages and clusters of houses, that they couldn't come and speak to each local municipality. So, again, I think what I'll do is, my takeaway again is to encourage them to I think it's important to come to county council so that you can see the impact of the county roads, because like they're building most of this along county roads. But then also I can suggest that they talk locally and get in front of local councils too, because there's a whole other group of people that can share that information.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Warden. Just a bit of history. I'm the one who reached out to them originally and invited them to come to County Council. And I had also encouraged them to reach out to local municipalities because it did impact them. And they were very eager to do that, the people I was speaking with. The reason they gave both times was just key people were not available for those meeting dates. They said they were getting really busy with these projects. I know it's probably not a great excuse for us, but just to give you a bit of history of the original invitations and what they had agreed to at that time. So they are willing to go to local municipalities and present that impact, and also just give us a high-level picture here. Thank you.
Very good. It sounds like we're going to be able to make this happen. So I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ben. So we're on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that all items listed under the consent agenda section of the agenda be received for information purposes.
Are there any comments or questions on anything in there? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. Now on to boards and committees. Starting with the Warden's report. Tim and I will be going to a full Eastern Ontario Warden's Caucus meeting in May. And where is that, Tim? Is it in Renfrew? Yes, Pembroke. Pembroke. So a couple of days meetings in May. So nothing to report since my last meeting. OGRA was busy for all of us who were there. And we, as you know, we had a different warden's room than usual, and I thought it went very well. It was nice to kind of have it a little bit smaller. There will be a report coming from the Education Committee in May. Things are moving forward, and the committee, I think, is meeting later this week. And then a report will be coming forward from there. And that's really all I have. And then on to the Joint Liaison Committee. Councillor Bivalds, would you like to report?
I can, Warden. So we had a meeting last week on the 14th here at County Chambers. Our first order of business was electing a chair, and Warden Williams is the chair of this committee. So we went through our reports, and this came too late for an insertion into our agenda package, but maybe if council wants to see it, we'll certainly put it in for the next one. Paramedic services update, Bill Lister did that on his behalf, and biggest challenge he sees is getting equipment. As much as the counties have spent extra money in getting another ambulance station within the counties, it's been a significant challenge for him, like everybody else, in getting equipment, and even thinking out of the box where they will take the chassis out and put the box back on. So that's kind of thinking out of the box for them. But that's good in a way, but his biggest challenge is that. Everything else seems to be going all right. We did talk about the offload in the city of Ottawa and the challenges that they had, and that's not going to stop till the province starts throwing money at hospitals and getting that issue fixed up for them. On the just going through here, so a little patient. So human services update. The housing program still has a wait list that really hasn't changed. It's 478. We did get more money, county's SDG, for social services relief funding. And there's no express details on where that's going to go, but I believe Melissa Morgan's coming to counties with the homeless housing plan in May. And if she does, she can probably provide counties with more information. So they are doing the work for what Cornwall area housing were doing before, and they have a maintenance plan and still doing the work there. So I was fairly encouraged that they haven't dropped the ball on that, considering that was a big change for them. Their new building in 9th and McConnell's going up right now, and the one at Pitt Street North, in theory, is starting to get the work done, the groundwork done, and they're hoping they're still going to be within budget, but we all know what's happening with budgets these days, and we're experiencing that probably there too. Licensed daycare is still no wait list. Everything's still functioning there. I know that the government changed the rules, and they will work with the providers to get down to what the feds and the Ontario government agreed to. Ontario Works caseloads are actually going up to 1518 as of March 2022. Reason being that the shift has gone from the COVID relief funding that the CERB that people were getting, and now they're going back onto Ontario Works. They are encouraging employment, and there is some changes going on there, but in this day and market, I know everybody's thinking there should be nobody on Ontario Works, but there's always people that can't work or have challenges in finding employment due to some personal reasons. So that won't disappear, but they certainly encourage them to see if they can find some employment. And then we did have a report from our treasurer concerning provincial offenses, and maybe this is something county council needs to see more often too, is our statistics are going down, you know, and for tickets and work issued, we're near 5,000 in 2012, and we are now under 2,000. So that's a significant drop, and that'll impact our revenues and, of course, cost just as much or more. And she also brought the challenge of Part 3 matters coming download from the province to us, and the cost implications, and maybe that's something that Madam Treasurer can do someday for County Council and keep us aware of what's going on, because it seems like this department, which seemed to always be this revenue generator that in theory shouldn't generate revenue, but people are not that perfect, is getting to the point it's going to start costing us money instead, and it'll be all right this year. I'm confident that, but going forward with other councils, it's going to be a challenge, and that, you know, it's something that is brought to the city to their awareness, but we also need to be aware that the goose that laid the golden egg is not laying very many eggs anymore. With that, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Councillor Byvelds. Moving on to the Library Board, either Councillor Fraser or Councillor Smith.
I'll start off, please. Thank you, through you, Warden. We had a meeting last week, the Library Board, and a few new things. We started a core values exercise. We had a virtual meeting last week, and we'll be engaging in a retreat starting next week. First one was held on Wednesday. It'll be held virtually as well. But the following day, we'll be having an in-person follow-up, and should take care of that. It's kind of an interesting program. I'll be happy to report what happens next month. We're also developing a policy, a disconnect from work policy. We got to find a balance between employees when they're off the clock, that they're off the clock and they shouldn't be bothered, and they don't want to be bothered about work. You know, there are going to be some extenuating circumstances where there has to be a reach out either from the employer or the employee at times, but that's what we're going to try to find in a policy. We're also developing a policy about the political elections policy. I think everybody's doing that at the municipalities, and we spoke a little bit about it here today, but we need one at the Library Board as well. We can't allow anyone run for a position to be using Library Board equipment or services to advance their campaign. And we're also reviewing access to information and protection of privacy policy. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Fraser.
And thank you, Councillor Smith, and thank you, Madam Warden. I was unable to attend the last meeting, but I do want to say to the group of fellow councillors that I'm looking forward to meeting with Ms. Franklin, Ms. LaMarche at the Winchester branch of the SDG libraries, and some pictures taken of the renovation that's taken place there. And I encourage anyone that's traveling around SDG to stop in and take a look at the Winchester branch. It's nice and fresh. It really has changed the atmosphere in the room, and it's just a self-serving comment, if you would, that we want to celebrate that refreshing of the venue, and that'll be taking place tomorrow morning. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to a tour of that when we do our road tour, Councillor Fraser, when I come to North Dundas.
Or maybe tonight.
Or maybe tonight. Okay, and thank you, Councillor Smith. We're on to Police Services Board, either Councillor Wirt or Councillor McGillis.
I don't think there's anything new to report, to be honest.
Nothing new to report? No? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Eastern Ontario Health Unit, Councillor Gardner? Nothing. Okay.
Nothing to report.
Glenstordon Lodge, Councillor Byvelds.
Thank you, Warden. They did have a meeting March 24th. However, I didn't attend that. From my glance of the agenda, there was nothing outstanding in it. They continue to probably deal with human resources, but other than that, the lodge is under good care under their current manager. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Cornwall and Area Housing, Councillor Smith. Is this staying on the agenda? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, I guess the last few meetings, I've indicated that this board does not exist anymore. Basically, I mean, we have a couple of us, Jim, Councillor Wirt, myself, are hanging around because there's some in-camera work that still needs to be cleaned up. But other than that, I would suggest that we strike this right off of our boards and committees. And even once we do have our in-camera meeting, I don't think there's nothing that we can report back as a result of that. So it makes good sense just to strike this off of our boards.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you have that? Thank you. St. Lawrence River Institute, Councillor Gardner.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Raisin South Nation Source Water Protection. I was not able to make the last meeting. Municipal Advisory Algonquin Land Claim.
Nothing to report, Madam Warden.
Okay. Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network. I was not able to attend that meeting, and we haven't had a Regional Emergency Response Council meeting. So that's the end of the boards and committees. Into key information reports. Physician recruitment. Tim, you can speak to that?
Sure, thank you, Madam Warden. This follows the delegation that we had at the March session of County Council, where the folks from Glengarry Memorial Hospital were talking about their physician recruitment partnerships. I'm not going to comment on that specifically because that's a political decision, one that Council will have to make in terms of the actual donation. One thing I did want to bring up or raise is does Council wish, or we can take a look at a donation policy? Some municipalities have policies around donations, whether they're for external bodies, whether they're for healthcare related issues or whatnot. That might give us some guidance or some framework around how we want to approach these types of things in the future. If you have any interest in it, you can let me know, and I could put together a draft that we could discuss perhaps at a committee of the whole meeting. If not, no problem. We'll just continue to carry on. But as I say here, obviously, my view, the ultimate body that needs to address this and all those other issues that we talk about in terms of the healthcare is the province, and they're not. Unfortunately, they haven't, and they're not doing that. and they continue to abrogate those responsibilities and dump them in our lap, but that's just a commentary. So with that, Madam Warden, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, just before you comment, Councillor Gardner, Tim and I have been talking about this, whether or not there's an appetite around the county council table to develop a contribution policy, if that's what you want to call it. Maybe you have such things at the local level. I know we do in North Glengarry. We have a community grant program, and it is intended to fund local not-for-profit and volunteer organizations, to give them seed money for events, for tourism events, for beautification, for arts, culture, and heritage, and that kind of thing. And it has quite a specific eligibility criteria attached to it. So, in other words, we don't fund just in any, individuals, for example, can't be funded. It needs to be an organization. For example, if the organization is primarily already funded by another level of government, and that's 50% plus, then they would not be eligible because that's considered double dipping. So, there's various different ways you can look at these kinds of, grant contributions. And what it does, what it could do for SDG is look at what our primary mandate is in terms of where we should be putting tax dollars, and then giving some guidance as to whether or not anyone that comes in front of county council asking for dollars, is it appropriate? This document could address that, which would help direct individuals in some cases to more appropriate funding mechanisms for them. So that's just a bit of a background that we've been talking about. Sorry, Councillor Gardner.
Okay. So the suggestion about a separate thing, it sounds like it's a way to address social issues, grants, if you will, like, something like that. I don't think this falls under it, just my thought process. I mean, we do have the regional incentive program, we have the tourism, like we do definitely support our communities and private individuals that for business purposes and economic development. On this doctor recruitment though, I agree with CAO Simpson's commentary about this being a provincial issue. I spoke briefly after the doctor had presented, and there has been work at various lower tier municipalities, including South Stormont and South Dundas, for years on this. And we have no amount of money is going to assist when you hit a blockade at the provincial level. So it is a provincial political matter, and I do like the CAO's suggestion about supporting elements like almost like a trade show style thing, or when we're going in having conversations with potential doctors. That was one of the things that we faced, which is if you're going to a doctor fair, number one, it should be a doctor talking to doctors. But number two, having that physical element that provides a good display, and it's, come and work and be a doctor in SDG. We're missing that element for sure. So that would be an interesting conversation moving forward. But individual doctor recruitments, we'd all be competing against each other. And it could be, it's tricky. We've worked really hard, and we've just hit the provincial roadblock.
Yeah,
So.
No, it's very complicated. Other comments on this point? Councillor McGillis.
Yeah, we've been working with, South Stormont's been working with South Dundas as well. Kirsten is on the same committee that I am on, to try and do our best to get this doctor recruitment thing going. It's hasn't been easy, and we did recruit a doctor, and so did South Dundas, through their funding and through our funding. But it costs a lot to try and get, we know there's a big lack, there's a large need for doctors in this community, in this region. And I remember, I don't think anybody else would remember this, maybe Councillor McDonald would. We set aside money in a reserve for, I don't think even Tim was here then, maybe you were. No, not for hospitals, for the specific thing of recruiting doctors. And I think it was $100,000 that we put aside for that specific reason. We don't have anything that we can tap into the upper tier for funding to help get get a doctor down to the communities. And there was about 6 in the St. Lawrence Medical, which is Ingleside and Morrisburg, and there was Iroquois, but not anymore. But there's 6 doctors that have left for different reasons, move on, retirement, whatever. So it's important that we get people or patients coming from all over. They're coming from Cornwall, all over the place, and it's affecting everyone. A lot of patients are waiting a long time to get to be able to see a doctor for different reasons. And half of the building in Ingleside is vacant at this point in time. So we need to do something here at this level to try and put some money aside, I believe, for doctor recruitment. And we haven't touched that issue. And it's important that I don't know if the rest of council agrees, but we have to find money to help and try to attract doctors to the community, and ways to do that. We've had hired outside people to help us, and for different reasons, and it's just a slow process. And I like to see something at the county level here that we can tap into a fund where we can use for different reasons or different opportunities to do that, to try and find ways of getting doctors to our communities. And I don't know, is there anything that you want to add to that, Councillor Gardner? Sorry, through you.
Okay, no, thank you. Councillor Jaworski and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Warden Williams. So certainly this is ultimately a provincial issue, but a lot of things that come in front of us, a lot of needs of our community are, and if we waited for the province, there would never be solutions. So I think that this is urgent enough. I think the situation is serious enough that we should, it would benefit our residents enough that I think this is something that the county should be a part of. I think both from a financial perspective, I think the county should be a contributor to doctor recruitment, but also from a supportive perspective, economic development lens, using resources within the counties to help with recruitment. I think, like I mentioned this when the doctors presented about how to help physician spouses get jobs as well. I think this is something that we really need all to work at together. And while I recognize, and I wasn't even aware of the work originally I only learned recently of the work being done in South Dundas and South Stormont. And I think although we could look at it that we compete with each other, when I say we, the different townships or areas to try and get physicians, in the end, in my perspective of being a child of a physician, I see that the physician community is a community, and it's not just a matter, they don't work in silos. They want to know that they are within a community where there is supportive physician network as well. And generally the patient rosters are not just within, pardon me, one specific locale. So I think it's important to look at this as a regional solution, and to support it in a regional way, even recognizing that it should be the province. But like with our OPP and our crisis mental health nurse, sometimes we have to take the action when we know that there's a need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jaworski. Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Gardner.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what Councillor Jaworski just said. If we wait for the province, it's never going to happen. They have the amount of doctors choose where they want to go. So we have to, I think it is, this should be at the county level. I think it should, in the next council, become one of our priorities. As we set things up, we did that with education, and education, I think, will remain a priority in the next council, I'm hoping. But, you know, I think that it's time to probably add something like this. It's important to all the members in our communities that are struggling to find doctors. So I think it's very important. And just quickly on what you were talking about the framework, the warden, you're very familiar with how much I hate that framework that we have in North Glengarry. We voted against it the last 6 times when something's come to council, so I don't see the value of it here. Anyways, that's my 2 cents.
You voted it. Okay. I'm not sure about that, but anyway, Councillor Gardner and then Councillor Fraser.
Thanks, Warden. So with this conversation, it's when I started my term, I thought it was simple, that you just put some money down, have a conversation with a potential doctor, and there you go, or potential doctors. What I've learned in the past couple of years is it's actually very complicated, and Councillor Jurowski has alluded to that, where you're talking about spouses. So that's one of the reasons, usually when I speak about things, I have multiple topics connected to it. When we talk about economic development, that's one of the reasons why it's so important that our economic development department is so robust, because just that, attracting the spouses of, or potential partners or potential spouses of the doctor that wants to move to our community, that person's career has to be supported. When we talk about the school thing, you cannot attract young doctors and not have a stable school setting where they'll be able to learn in their own community, that they're going to take pride in and practice medicine in. So the schools are an element of this. Yes, it is something that potentially we could look at, but there's so many moving parts. When I talk about the provincial roadblock, it's not just doctors, it's the entire healthcare system. At our table, we've talked about a lot about nurse practitioners. Where the roadblock comes into play is we could probably solve our patient overload by having more nurse practitioner clinics. We have empty space. I'm sure, you know, the other side of SDG does. We've been told no. So if we're going to attack this, it's not as simple as just put some money in an account, withdraw it, and hope you get the doctor. I will also say doctor recruitment fails when the contract is up if the doctor leaves. So your investment that you've put in for the 4 or 5 years that that doctor has practiced, if they are not supported by the community, their kids are not supported by the community, and their spouse is not supported by the community, you've not wasted, because you've had that 5 years, but if we did a study on how much money has been doled out and how long the doctors have stayed, you will find that there's probably quite a few where we've invested and they have left. Yeah. So there needs to be, it's not a simple conversation, and you know, the conversation that we've had around nurse practitioner clinics will solve some of the problem, because it will take some of the weight off of the existing doctors in our community. We need to support them better as well. So it's got a lot of sides to it, and it's not just as simple as having $100,000 or $200,000, because you have to retain them once they're here. So, you know, it's all a big puzzle.
Councillor Fraser, then Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To Councillor Gardner's earlier comment about being in competition with each other, without a doubt, we want physicians, healthcare in our own communities. But I think, listening to Councillor Gardner's comment, I think of a relative of my wife's who lives in Cornwall, and the doctor practices in Winchester. He makes the trip. We all make a trip. We trip here. We venture here once a month for these meetings. So I understand that, and we all were vying and are vying for healthcare in our communities, but if we can get something happening in SDG, it would be well utilized, either by the people local to that physician, if we're at all fortunate, but it would also be utilized by those that would travel 45, 50 minutes to see their doctor for the regular checkup. The province, we're always waiting on the province to do, and I understand the difficulties that Councillor Gardner expresses, but we need to step up and look after the whole, like we do for many, many things, the libraries, the roads. This is another aspect of living in SDG.
Okay, so Councillor Fraser, are you speaking in favor of the financial support that's been requested? That's what I'd like to kind of, I think we all agree we've got a serious problem here, and maybe it can be a topic for Committee of the Whole.
I think it needs to be a topic of Committee of the Whole. Maybe the nuances I'm not in agreement of, but I think we need to work towards a solution that's going to satisfy SDG.
Certainly, certainly, but we do need to get down to whether or not you will support the financial request or not. So I think we have, Councillor McGillis and then Councillor Bivalds.
I'm good.
And Councillor Gardner.
I'm okay, thank you.
It was already, okay, go ahead, Councillor Bivalds.
Thank you, Warden. So Councillor McGillis referred to an old program. So when started in 2006, there was a joint effort between some of the lower tiers. I don't know if all of them. I know South Dundas was involved, and the counties to give money over 4 years to doctors that were recruited, and we were, I think, semi-successful in that. And I think it was $100,000 counties put in at that time. So that was before current CAO was here. That did get discontinued as in the next term. It's a challenging subject. I think, you know, we're a quarter of the way through, third of the way through our current year, and to start this, and I know that it was probably part of our strategic plan to try to do some doctor recruitment. We all want to do it, and I know Councillor Gardner and the committee we have with South Stormont have worked extremely hard to get to where they've gotten, and which is one doctor and some other challenges. But I think we need to come up with a better plan, whether it's this council starts it now and makes it there for the next council, and I don't know where the money's coming from, the serious money, because that's what it is. You know, we are competing with the City of Cornwall, 100 grand. You got to think that one through too. That's your competition right here at City of Cornwall. There's a whole ball of wax, like as Councillor Gardner referred to. You're not just recruiting the doctor, you're recruiting the family. And in the old days it was easy, but it's not easy now. Specifically to the request from the doctor at the last committee, I wasn't here, but in following it through, I don't think we're in a position just to throw money at that and not have a plan for the rest. I don't think that's fair to the rest at all. So if we need to come up with a better plan. I think the CAO's report is to the point. You know, the province has failed us, and we're having an election now, and we'll see if they actually they're throwing money at everything else. I'm not sure if they're going to fix doctor recruitment in rural Ontario, because everybody promises and nobody delivers. And yeah, it's not our bailiwick to deal with, not in our sphere of jurisdiction, but if we don't do it, nobody does it. And if people don't have doctors, they don't call the MPP or the MP. They may, but the MPP is powerless. The MPP hasn't done nothing to deal with it in the last 4 years, so we as municipal councils have to do what we can. I know South Dundas has worked hard, as I alluded to. It's not an easy road to hoe, so you need a better plan. If the counties want to support it, I don't have an issue with that, but I think we have to have a better plan than just somebody comes to council and asks for money and, here's the check and we drive on. Need a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bivalds. The request is an indication that people are just scrambling, right? That's the truth of it. Councillor Gardner?
Yeah, I thanks, Madam Warden. With this too, when I mentioned competition, it's also the retirement, right? So doctors are not immune to the great exodus that we are going to see, where you've got a lot of people around the same age retiring, and that's what I mean by competition. It's not the competition for a brand new doctor that's just opening up a brand new clinic people will drive for, but in our own individual communities, we have clinics that are already set up that we have to take the doctor's patients and find a replacement. And the stat is that, say, my family doctor, who's been in practice for a really long time, it's going to take 2.5 doctors to replace her. So that's where you do have the competition, because you've got that urgency of patients that already have a family doctor, but if that family doctor retires, then, you know, so it's not just, it's orphan patients, but then it's also potentially orphan. It's a very complicated subject that I don't know if $5,000 will solve. So.
Right. Okay. So I'm hearing maybe not supporting this. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden. It's hard for me to comment on this because of my personal dealings. For us to jointly put money together to try to recruit doctors in SDG, that's great. However, once again, the competition thing comes into play. I mean, we can bring the doctor to SDNG, but then they decide where they want to set up office, where they want to set up practice. And they have a choice between setting up practice 60 or 70 kilometers, having their office from a hospital, or 10 or 15 kilometers from a hospital to start with. And then, because they want to be able to go back and forth. I mean, they got patients in the hospital, and it's traveling for them too. The other thing is hospital privileges. Not all of them can get hospital privileges. If they're close by, they're going to get them a lot easier than they will if they're 70 kilometers away. And I'm going to just come right out and say it. I don't talk about this, but I was sick a few years ago, and I was laying on death's door, and I needed blood transfusions. I had 60 of them in 3 months. And I needed them. And you have to get what's called a Crossan type before you get your blood transfusion or chemo. And if your doctor doesn't have hospital privileges, then you're on your own. We have so few doctors that when mine was gone or wasn't able to work that day when I needed them, when I was on my knees, the replacement doctor was there to replace a doctor, but didn't have hospital privileges. If I didn't know someone at the hospital who did things they weren't supposed to do that got me my Crossan type so that I can get my transfusion and then ultimately my chemo, I wouldn't be here. And I'm sure that there's a lot of people in the same predicament. So what I'm saying is I don't think it's fair that we bring money into SDNG thinking that it's going to be divvied up, or that all the municipalities are going to get an equal share, a chance at a doctor, because we can't say, well, you know what, you have to go to South Stormont or you have to go to South Dundas because we're in more need than North Glengarry or North Dundas. It's just going to be hard. We're going to be helping the region, but not our municipalities or our own communities in SDNG. I'm sorry for that, but I think it just had to be told.
No, thank you for that, Councillor Smith. So, in the interest of just moving this forward, I'd just like to answer the first question, which is, do you want to do this financial support, or are we saying we're going to kind of bring this back and have a broader conversation? Councillor Wirt.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think it's premature to do anything financial at this time, and I was really impressed with the doctor from Glengarry, and I was wondering whether or not we could consolidate a report from, even including Cornwall, to be honest, from the CAO levels with our CAOs, and try and come up with some kind of a consolidated approach on this, because you're absolutely right. This isn't a competitive process. We don't want it to turn into a competitive process. We want a regional answer here. And maybe we've got expertise out there that could provide us with some direction. And then if that discussion leads to financial contribution, then obviously I think, you know, we have a responsibility to consider it. But I think it's premature at this time to think that it's going to be a solution. I think we need to have a far deeper discussion, perhaps with some guidance.
That sounds very sensible. Can I get an idea of people, are you agreeing with that, that idea? Yes? Okay. Well, no, I think we'd have to look at how this discussion should even happen to begin with. I mean, it's complicated. I mean, we've got all of these different groups out there. The Community Safety and Well-Being Plan that was presented to us this morning, physician recruitment was identified as the #1 priority in that plan. So they've got 200 volunteers and 5 different pillars of committees working on these various aspects of that plan. So we don't need them running off doing something, SDG running off doing something. The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus has made physician recruitment its #1 priority. So then we don't need the Wardens Caucus going off and doing its own thing. We need to really look at this at a higher level and figure out, how we can all, either give the job to one organization to do it and do it well with the support of the other organizations, or partner together. But it's something everybody realizes something needs to be done about. But right now, there are too many players that are playing in the sandbox here, I think. Councillor Gardner.
The one element that's missing is you actually need doctors at the table to do the recruiting and the vetting.
Fine, yeah.
Unless anyone has gotten their doctorate since we've been here, it's you have to have doctors have the conversation. Young doctors or doctors just clean, they don't want to talk to us. They want to talk to doctors. It has to be peer-to-peer. So in reality, if you're going to have a conversation with the CAO groups or whatever, and the hospitals, you actually, if you're going to do anything, you would need to have a doctor-wide committee, and I don't know if the doctors have time for that.
Well, we'll see when we. So, Councillor Jaworski, I'll go to you, and then Tim has something. Maybe you got any bright ideas, Tim? Go ahead, Councillor Jaworski.
Yeah. No. Thank you through you, Warden Williams. So, and just like as Councillor Gardner just said, the doctors need to be involved, and that's why I sort of want to say yes to both things. I do want to say yes to both things, because Dr. Kucherepa, who came to us and said, like, this was a physician-led, initiative. She's, if I recall correctly, she's chief of staff at Glengarry Memorial. So this is, physician-led. They should have unique insights. They're a group that's trying to do something right now. I don't think in the grand scheme of things what they were asking for was particularly large, and it was targeted. And I think we should support them because they've got something going. But I think we should also have the larger discussion to start having, to be more coordinated. But I think this is one of those things that, we need to get organized and we have to have all these other groups together. Yes, we need to do that. But if we don't do some small stuff that's right there, I think we're missing an opportunity. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jaworski. Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Warden Williams. I think you covered kind of what I was going to say. I think before we, and I'm looking at it, obviously from my perspective, before we start trying to arrange meetings and doing a whole lot of work, I think we need to have a more robust discussion here at our council in terms of what our goals are, what our objectives are, who's going to do the work, how it's going to be done, who's doing what. Because I'm telling you very frankly, we don't have the capacity at this point to do a lot of whole extra work. Our plates are very full. Currently, you see how much is on the agenda right now. So I don't quite know who would do that work at this point. I think if we're going to add this as a priority, we need to have a very comprehensive discussion about what our goals is and what. And I'm not talking about the specific ask for the hospital. That's financial. That's council's decision to make. But going forward, I think a lot of good points were made, and if we're going to go down this road, I think we need to go down with our eyes wide open.
I couldn't agree more. So we'll continue this discussion. I think we can do a little bit of background talking to those organizations who have established this as a priority in order to. I don't know how the Warden's Caucus is moving forward on this. That's a question I can and will ask. Similarly to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, exactly how are they moving forward on this? We can ask those questions, and then I think slowly we'll have to put together a plan. But in the meantime, I hear Councillor Jaworski, who would like to support this financially. I'm seeing Councillor Wirt, who's saying it's not timely. So is there anybody else who would like to speak to supporting this? Otherwise, I am assuming that it is not going to be supported. Sorry? Okay, well, then put your hands up. If you want to support this, please put your hand up. Yeah. Oh, you have a motion. Oh, okay. Hang on, Councillor Byvelds.
I will give you a little caution here. Once we put the motion on the table and defeat it, you're really kind of putting things backwards.
Okay.
I think perhaps you have a general consensus of we need better direction. Don't throw money at this in an issue that you don't know how to do yet.
Okay.
And go forward, because even the motion any motion gets defeated is a lot harder to bring back on the table.
Very good point. Thank you for that, Councillor Byveld. So what I'm hearing is that we're going to do more work on this and come back. So thank you for the very complicated conversation. 11.2, update on potential automatic school bus stop arm camera program. So Kim, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden, I'll be brief. It's just a brief update on the direction that was given to staff at the February County Council meeting. We were directed to look into the process for implementing a automatic school bus stop arm camera program across SDG. So we began that research after that meeting in February. I can give you an update regarding the challenges that we've stumbled across. So challenge number one, when looking into implementing such a program across SDG, it's become clear that the municipal role is unclear, and that there's also many program partners that we'd have to pull in and get on board and implement this program with. Some of the partners include STIO, the bus consortium, and then their individual private bus owners. They have many private bus owners under that umbrella. The local school boards that stretch beyond our municipal boundaries in SDG, and other area municipalities, other counties, other separated towns, the City of Cornwall, the City of Brockville, where our local school boards stretch across. We also began looking at the data related to these types of offenses. I've been in touch with the local OPP detachment. We've had some challenges in pulling the data. We've got some preliminary numbers, but we really want to drill down and determine the volume of offenses that we might expect in the future with this type of program, and locations. Are there specific locations where these offenses take place more often? Are there certain roads, certain bus routes? It'd be helpful to have that information as well. And then also the impact that this program will have on our provincial offenses system and our court services department. The best way to implement such a program, the automated speed enforcement program falls into this too, would be implementing an automated payment system for automated enforcement systems. So this would move these types of offenses away from the court services side of things and create more of an administrative, simpler process for our court services division. I know that court services staff are looking into this, but it does require a lot of work with the Ministry of the Attorney General. We also need to enter into an agreement with the MTO to obtain license plate data and whatnot. So with all that being said, there's lots of challenges, but there's a lot of progress that's being made across the province. And I'm happy to report that the Ontario Traffic Council has taken on, they realize that this is an important program, we need to launch it province-wide. So they've taken it on and they've formed a working group with 12 other municipalities, and they're developing a program that could be used, a consistent program that could be used across the province. So we're keeping an eye on that, STIO's keeping an eye on that, our local school boards are also keeping an eye on that as well. The Upper Canada District School Board is looking into this issue as well, and they have formed an ad hoc committee with STIO to look into this as well. So with Council's blessing, we'll continue to look into this, and we'll stay in constant contact with our partners, and hopefully the Ontario Traffic Council will touch base with us soon with those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kimberly. Councillor Byvelds.
Thank you, Warden. being the counselor that brought this forward, I didn't envision as much work as the clerk is doing. It seemed a little straightforward, and I apologize that it isn't. I have no intention that this county pay into doing stop arms and any extra work or costs. That cost needs to be borne by the school boards or the province or somebody else. That's not our responsibility. There's money to be had there. I'm certain of that. My intent was to make sure that the enforcement can be done, and that may end up being something that's not as easy as it seems to be. So I don't mind the clerk continuing to work with the consortium that has developed, but I don't want to go and spend a lot of staff time on this without a lot of support that's come from somewhere else, and let someone else do the work and we'll just follow up. As I said, it wasn't a monetary thing. It was more how do we make sure that the enforcement can be done, and if there's something that SDG has to do, then so be it. But I'm not here to make something that seems simple very complicated either. So thanks for the work.
Thank you for that. So Kimberly, you'll keep us up to date as things evolve. Thank you. Asset management planning update. Okay. Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay, I just wanted to provide council a brief update on the asset management planning, which is due to be completed July 1st of this year. So now we've completed our full asset inventory, asset hierarchy. We've obtained all of our asset data for all our core and non-core assets, which is a little bit beyond what the first stage is, where it's just non-core, just core assets. So we have obtained all data of all of our assets. And we've done a gap analysis recently to ensure that we have no missing information in the context of everything in our asset register, and everything is ready to go. The next steps to be completed are relating to the core infrastructure assets for transportation services. We need to analyze the risk of the assets with regards to roads, bridges, and our linear assets, which would be storm. We also need to define the life cycle analysis of these individual components of each area. So again, the roads, bridges, and storm, and establish the levels of service, the current levels of service for these assets. Due to some constraints beyond our control, we've had some constraints in getting some of this work completed. Financial services staff, we have a staff of 4. Last year we lost one of our key staff who was trained through AMO, through the asset management planning. Unfortunately, we lost them to the city of Cornwall, who was a key player in our asset management planning as well. So for 3 months out of the year, we had a vacancy in the financial services side, which also constrained the asset management planning going forward. Public Sector Digest, who has full access to our database through citywide software, will be assisting with the analysis of those components, with key transportation staff to assist with the development of what the plan needs to include with regards to those components. In the next couple of weeks, they're going to start that process. Once that is done, the financing strategy can be completed after that time. In order to get started on the financial strategy of the asset management plan and to develop that, these key components of the life cycles of the roads, bridges, and storm, as well as the risk and life cycles, levels of service need to be established ahead of time. So in order to go forward efficiently and to meet the deadline, we are looking to Public Sector Digest and their consultants to help us out with the remainder of the plan. One item we didn't foresee was the going into tender season, construction season, and the road staff are definitely quite busy with their seasonal work. So this is a way to make efficient use of our time and ensure that the asset management plan is completed on time and hopefully without any further delays. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you for your report. Okay, moving right along, we have the Roads Rationalization Policy Framework. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. Just to follow up to our last meeting, we didn't get any comments from council in terms of changes to that draft policy that we presented in March. So we're going to move forward with that. The last element of that I just wanted to make sure council was comfortable with is we're recommending the review, like the working group that'll review the Finch-Roxborough Boundary Road, suggesting the warden or a designate, depending on the schedule, staff member from SDG, so that'll be myself. Similarly, in North Stormont, the mayor or designate, and a staff member from North Stormont to be determined. I assume the director of Public Works, but we'll see as we get close. So again, I just wanted to make sure council was comfortable with that working group, and we will move forward and be back in June to talk about what we found out.
Very good. Any questions? Great. Thank you for that. Would anyone like to be the warden's delegate on that committee? Yes? Okay. We have a volunteer. Councillor Byvelds. Great. Thank you for that, Councillor. 2024 snowplow purchase update.
I did not take that personally that you didn't
No,
want to
you
be on
didn't.
that. No, it's all good. No. So thank you. Snowplow. Before I get into this report, I do want to point out that I hope it wasn't my fault that we're actually using our snowplows today, because this is quite an event, and I do want to take this opportunity. You'll notice in my monthly activity summary, I've noted that it was the end of the winter season as of this weekend, but apparently I lied. And I do need to recognize all of our supervisory staff, our snowplow operators, and our mechanic for the hard work that they did this winter. It was a very, very busy winter. May not have seemed like it at times, but we were extremely busy out on the roadways to keep the roads clear, safe, and I can tell you just from where I sat in the office, we had very few calls about road conditions and whatnot, so I think that's a testament to the fact that our staff continue to show that dedication and you know, the good work that they do. I mean, I can tell you even yesterday was a holiday for our staff, and yet they were on the phone figuring out we're similarly struggling with staff absences due to illnesses, and they were juggling routes around and figuring out how to respond today in the event that we had to, which of course we ended up, and it's that kind of foresight, planning, and thought that helps us to be successful in what we do. So good on them, and hopefully you know, I really appreciate makes me look good, and they do all the hard work, so I really appreciate that. What I did want this report, just to give council a quick update, we had intended to present the snowplow for the 2024 season tender award at this meeting, as well as the snowplow equipment. I did get some comments back as it was out to tender from some of the suppliers saying that they were completely unable to bid because of their factories were booked and they weren't even able to book new builds into the factories. We were hoping we'd at least get some bidders, but we didn't get any, unfortunately. So this is like, I'm talking about getting a snowplow, a cabin chassis delivered in June of next year, and we just can't even secure that purchase right now. So what I'd like to do with council's support is actually, maybe look at some alternative procurement opportunities or possibilities, whether it's going directly to each supplier and talking about what's feasible and what that looks like, and perhaps coming back with some quotations. Maybe it's a deposit. I don't know what it looks like, but I do know that if we don't think of something, we're going to be caught with our pants down. So the equipment side of it, so that's the actual box, the snowplow, that came in on budget or as expected, a slight increase from last year, but really to me representing the cost of materials. So we were happy with the tender we received from Gincor Industries, who is typically our supplier for that product. And we don't have to award that tender this month. We can wait till next month. So hopefully by this time in May, I'll have some better direction in terms of how we're able to move forward, and we can award a tender and potentially some other quotation or something to be able to move forward. So that's where we are.
Very good. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Byvelds.
Thank you, Madam Warden. It sounds like you have to get into the business of finding someone and doing some wheeling and dealing, and I think we're at that point, and you're right. If we don't do it now and just wait for normal to come back, normal's not going to come back fast enough, and you won't have a plow for next year. So, I'm willing to allow you to be creative. I know that your creativity tends to be on the low side, so as long as you do that, we'll be all right.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so no motions or notice of motions, petitions, miscellaneous under miscellaneous, we have the resolution for support of Ukraine. I'll ask the clerk to read this. This resolution was brought forward at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus by the Mayor of Prince Edward County, and it was supported at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, just to let you know. So this is for your consideration.
It will require a mover and seconder and reads, whereas Ukraine is facing an unprecedented and unjustified attack on their sovereignty and way of life, and whereas every day news stories and photographic and video images describing the tenacity and bravery of the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky are being distributed around the world, and whereas the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry stands with other communities around the world and all the people of Ukraine to strongly condemn this unprovoked attack. Therefore be it resolved that our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine during this deeply troubling time, and that we support the rights of Ukrainian people to live in a peaceful, prosperous, and sovereign country, that we will continue to show support to Ukraine and the Ukrainian community by continuing to raise the Ukrainian flag at the County Administrative Building, and that Council supports the request from Prince Edward County to donate to this cause and authorizes a humanitarian donation of $5,000 to the Ukraine Humanitarian Crisis Appeal of the Canadian Red Cross to be funded from the Council Donation Reserve, and encourages other Ontario municipalities to also donate. That Council urges the federal and provincial levels of government to cooperate and work with agencies such as the Ukrainian Canadian Congress to expedite appropriate resettlement and streamline the immigration process for those fleeing Ukraine in this time of urgent need. The Council requests that its provincial association AMO and the Federal Association FCM immediately advocate for strong Canadian support to the International Criminal Court's decision to investigate alleged Russian war crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Similar Canadian support and advocacy should also be pursued at the International Court of Justice, The Hague. And that this motion be sent to the Ukrainian Embassy, the Russian Embassy, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Jaworski, then Councillor Byvelds, Councillor Gardner, and Councillor Wirt. Go ahead, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, through you, Mayor Warden. Certainly, I'd be happy to move or second this resolution. We did something similar in South Glengarry 2 council meetings ago. I would suggest, though, that we also send this to our MPP, Eric Duncan, because ultimately a lot of the pressure that we can put on the situation is very much at the federal level. And so I would suggest that we add our MPP, and if anyone has any other suggestions on upper levels of government that should be attached, certainly I'd like to hear that, but I think at a minimum our MP, Eric Duncan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Byvelds.
Thank you, Warden. I'm fully support this motion. Like to second it, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thanks, Warden. Absolutely support this. I would also add that I had the occasion to attend breakfast that was organized in South Stormont for the Ukrainian refugees. And at that point in time, again, this kind of goes back to economic development, I was able to connect the organizer with Ross Video, we had asked the organizer, what do you need? And they had said for the Ukrainian refugees, to make it faster and easier, having them connect with a company for potential job things speeds up everything. Mm-hmm. So that was kind of real work with the folks that were coming over here after their country's been torn apart. So I think I absolutely support this. I think it's fabulous, but I think there's also some other conversations that can be boots on the ground conversations, perhaps, to support this.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Wirt? Okay. Councillor McGillis.
I just wanted to say, in addition to what Councillor Gardner said, that the Ukrainians that were there at that breakfast were totally happy about the welcoming that they received, and very gratified in terms of the amount of people that supported them there that morning. So it's something that it's great that we're doing here. I think.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. All in favor of the motion? Carried. None opposed. Thank you very much, everybody. So now we are going into closed session. So, Madam Clerk, please a motion to move in camera.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Smith, that council proceed in camera pursuant to Section 239 2B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal local board employees, human resources matter.
Okay, this won't take long, so just Ben and Tim are staying. Please, thank you. Thank you very Okay, Madam Clerk, motion to reconvene, please.
It's moved by Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor Gardner, that council rise and reconvene without reporting.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Just before I ask you to read the ratification bylaw, I just want to thank Kimberly for all of her hard work at getting all of the warden's room food ordered and all of the paraphernalia that she ran all over everywhere to pick up and purchase, and it was very, very helpful. So thank you for that, Kimberly. And I'd also like to thank Councillor MacDonald. He wanted to make sure he had his warden room experience, so he took care of all of the beverages, shall we say, and it was really a lot of work and a lot of organization, and I got to tell you, I sincerely appreciated it, so thank you. Thanks, Jamie. Okay, Madam Clerk, the ratification bylaw, please.
It's moved by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw number 5351, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion? Carried. And adjournment resolution, please.
It's moved by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor Smith, that council adjourn to the call of the chair.
All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you.